We're not hearing. Not hearing.
Those services. The opportunities are endless and your options are limitless. Get there with the GSS project. Your new future is waiting for you. Are you ready to enter the future of work? We'll help you get there through the Global Services Sector Project. The GSS project is a 5-year project that will provide Jamaicans with access to training and better jobs in the digital services sector, namely in knowledge process outsourcing, information technology outsourcing, and business process outsourcing. This project will empower you with the knowledge you need to flourish in digital industries and beyond. Funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, the GSS project aims to move Jamaica to create new and higher valued jobs. The project will facilitate much needed skills training and will position the island as a leader in regional digital services. The opportunities are endless and your options are limitless. Get there with the GSS project. Your new future is waiting for you.
Hi, one and all. Welcome to the GSS Virtual Talent Hub Fair. My name is Phil Horton, Talent Acquisition Specialist here at Centerfield in Montego Bay. We are so excited that you guys have decided to join this great initiative. Introducing Centerfield, the award winning team. We have a great culture, great benefits, and competitive salary. The vacancies we have available here at Centerfield are sales agents, sales trainers, quality analysts, HR professionals, and workforce professionals. The GSS Talent Hub Fair will be held on Thursday, May 26th and Friday, May 27th at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Register by visiting any of the GSS social media pages. For Instagram, GSS Jamaica. For Twitter, GSS Jamaica 1. Facebook and LinkedIn, Global Services Sector Jamaica. Welcome, one and all.
Welcome to Contact Point 360. My name is Nicholas Breton. I'm the Country Director for Jamaica. Let me start by telling you a little bit about us. We are a Canadian-based company with offices in Asia, the US, Central and Latin America, and of course, Jamaica. Although we're still new to Jamaica, we recently opened a new 400-seat state-of-the-art center in beautiful Montego Bay. At Contact Point 360, we are many cultures, nations, ethnicities, religions, and genders. Each one of us makes the CP360 family bigger and stronger every day. If you have the compassion, empathy, and patience to make a big difference through small gestures, we welcome you to join us. Our goal as a company is to create lifelong fans for the brands that we serve. Our customer brand ambassadors build customer loyalty with genuine empathy, deep product knowledge, impeccable communication skills, and advanced technologies. Every day, we unite people across the world through our omni-channel communication systems and bespoke approach. We believe that delivering constant customer experience excellence requires unceasing innovation and a steadfast commitment to being the best. Whether it's your home, our home, or their home, we put people first. We strive to hire and retain the best customer ambassadors to match them with the best possible technologies. We are strong proponents of data analytics, and we love to provide our clients with insightful analysis designed to drive efficiencies and to perfect the customer journey. So please, enjoy your virtual visit, and we certainly hope to see you soon. Thank you.
I'm Stacey, one of the recruiters here at Contact 360 BPO Solutions. This year, we are proudly celebrating our 50th year in the BPO industry. As a local BPO, we are headed by our founder and CEO, Jacqueline Sutherland, who has been steering us to success. We offer a full range of BPO and KPO services, which includes customer interactions, back office transactions, IT and software operations, finance and accounting, legal and healthcare processing, and managed security. Because we offer a wide range of services, we also have a number of vacancies available. These include workforce management analyst, business analyst, system administrator, trainer, IT help desk technician, and contact center professionals. As a boutique BPO, we are a family setting, a home away from home where you can thrive. Join us at our GSS Talent Hub booth where you can learn more and participate in our interview sessions. Contact 360 BPO Solutions. That's where you want to be.
And I'm Moisha, recruiters here at Continue. And we're excited to tell you about opportunities that we have here available for you. What differentiates us from every other customer experience provider? We take care of our employees. We ensure their needs are met so they meet the needs of our customers, making life better, one call at a time. We have several positions available in our organization. Customer service positions for voice and chat on site in Montego Bay for our telecommunications department. Telebanking on site at our Knucklehead locations, supervisor positions, HR journalists, and learning and development specialists. Feel free to visit our booth this Thursday to find out.
Hello from Avex Security.
Allow us to share with you
why IBEX is awesome and why you should apply to join our team. All employees receive a benefit package, which includes life insurance, health insurance, and lunch subsidy. Our employee engagement is unmatched and cultivates a culture of community. We're now hiring customer service, tech support, and sales agents. Non-agent roles include assistant HR manager, senior operations manager, and more. Visit our booth to learn more about joining Team Awesome.
Hi everyone, my name is Veralton. I am a recruiter with ITEL. Here at ITEL, we are a firm believer in family, quality, integrity, and reliability. Are you looking to be a sales representative? Maybe a technical support specialist? Loans advisor may be your thing, or even customer service. Well, if that's the case, you can join us next week at the GSS Virtual Job Fair on May 26th and May 27th. See you all there.
I was here 6 years ago, fresh out of high school, sixth form. It's my first real job.
Stayed with Sutherland because of the self-growth I was actually seeing. So something as communication, I wasn't so strong, and look at me now.
Their culture is different and they're more about the people and the development.
Just don't think of it as come and take calls. There are many things that you can do here. We have HR personnel, we have persons in recruiting, social media, all kind of things. So if you're looking for somewhere to grow, you can choose Sutherland. On a daily basis, we come in, we ensure that everyone is logged in on time. They don't have any system issues, so we have to be troubleshooter. We have to be counselor at times. You know, not everybody is always in the correct frame of mind to work. We assist them with any issues they may have with dealing with the customers or users that call in. We ensure that their payroll information is sent over timely so that they can get paid accurately. If it is that they're taking a while to grasp something, we do role plays. So I will be the customer from time to time and just say, all right, let's do this.
Grow your own way at Sutherland, where opportunities are endless. Apply now by visiting bit.ly/SutherlandJamaica-careers.
Visit our virtual booth at the 2022 GSS Talent Hub Virtual Fair. See you there.
Good morning, GSS audience, and welcome again to our third GSS Talent Hub Virtual Career Fair. You know, the GSS project, along with its beneficiary partners, are very committed to hosting annual fairs because we believe that we need to empower the persons who are interested, who want to work in the global services sector with the tools and resources that they need to craft a strong career strategy for operating in the GSS. And over the next 2 days, we're going to be offering support so that you can enhance your professional development to innovate your career. And that is exactly our theme for the next 2 days. Innovate your career, helping individuals to look at careers in the traditional way and provide information to kickstart their career advancement. Over the next 2 days, 16 hours of live recruiting, 16 GSS firms recruiting over 1,000 jobs in customer service, HR, talent development, IT, sales, amongst many other areas. And if you wish to have during these 2 days the review of your resumes, check out our resume optimization clinic sponsored by the Global Services Association of Jamaica. So who should attend? Everyone. Persons just beginning in their career, recent graduates of tertiary, secondary, vocational institutions, individuals looking for advancement or new opportunities in the global services sector, and just anyone wanting to understand the global services sector better. And so today, in our panel discussion, we're going to highlight some of the myths associated with the global services sector. And through the various sessions over the next 2 days, starting with our session today, you're going to understand that most of these are just what we state them as, myths, notions that we can easily dispel. But before I get into those myths, let me use this opportunity to invite Egbert von Frankenberg. He is the chair of the global services sector, as well as the founder of Nightfox, a software development company. And so, Egbert, welcome and thank you for being here this morning.
Thanks for having me, Marjorie.
Pleasure. Thank you. Why don't you firstly share so the audience can have a sense of your experience in the global services sector?
Sure. So we started Nightfox App Design in 2014 as a software company, and fairly quickly realized that there's a potential here where we can tap into the GSS sector as a company that solves problems for clients overseas, similar to how we have the BPO industry. We figured there is an opportunity here based on the same geographic strategic placement of Jamaica, the culture, the education, where we can expand up the value chain and find ways of bringing software development projects to Jamaica.
Okay, thank you, Egbert. Let me take the first myth, and then I'll go back to some questions. You also sit on the board of the Global Services Association of Jamaica. So help me to understand, why do persons think that this is just a call center operation? That, when you hear of BPO or you hear of the GSS, they think it's a call center operation. What would you say?
I think that's a myth that needs to be broken, because that is on one side a small fraction of what is part of the entire sector and what we do. And it's also something that is stigmatized over hearsay from probably other countries.
Right. Right, because, I always say, not because you see someone with a headphone on that it's really call center. Let's talk about some of the other areas that we know are included in the GSS, and what, in terms of ITO services, where are the emerging areas that you're seeing, and where are the skills that are needed for these areas?
There's several brackets in the GSS that we as Jamaica look at, right? We have the BPO sector, as we all discussed. Then we have the KPO sector, which is the knowledge process outsourcing. The knowledge process outsourcing looks at areas such as legal, accounting, and all of those shared services where we have that kind of skill set in Jamaica. So we can tap into that more and provide these kind of financial HR and legal services to companies as an outsourcing product. Then in the ITO sector, we have help desk services, for example, where maybe someone needs help figuring out a program, and someone needs to do a click by click, walk someone through. So those kind of services are offered. Then tech support for big companies are offered, whereby someone would help monitor servers, server activity, handle that kind of management of infrastructure. So there's a lot of different areas that I think a lot of people might not even realize are part of the GSS sector.
No, and I totally agree. I have seen where, persons do not, as you said, realize that their skills probably have a fit in this industry.
Absolutely.
And recently, KPMG just indicated that they're branching out into procurement. Who would have thought? Procurement. So as you mentioned, accounting, we can think of risk management, project management. The list really goes on, finance. And so, what would we advise, let's say, tertiary graduates who, one, are not realizing that they have skills that could be applicable, or who want to get into these fields and aren't sure what to do?
Well, the first thing I would say is be open-minded. You coming out of tertiary education with knowledge, wealth, and a degree, and be open-minded that there's other sectors that you should look into as an opportunity for growth and as an actual career, not just as a job, right? that are other than the norm, like the regular banking, the manufacturing, and the, all of these areas that are the normal route of going into the work world.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think and this is what this fair is about. We're debunking the myths, but we're also saying step away from the traditional career. And the GSS project is very committed to increasing awareness about this. And we are not just stopping here through the career fairs. Through the GSSC, we are engaging with secondary schools. We want to engage with the career counselors, the guidance counselors, the career offices in the different universities, because we realize, it's very difficult, folks, to keep up. It's difficult. And the global services sector is, well recognized, a dynamic sector. The skills that are required now,
absolutely.
Right?
You do need to realize that if you work in the GSS sector, you are competing on a global market.
Definitely.
So your skill sets are competing with skill sets in other countries.
Yes. All right. So let's talk about skills generally for a second. And you in your own capacity as founder of Nightfox, contract and look for graduates with IT related experience.
That's right.
What do you look for when you're considering to contract someone?
So there's always two sides to what we're looking for, and you break it down into the hard skills, meaning what is the actual practical knowledge of the field that you're getting into, and the soft skills. What's your attitude like? What's your personal motive, right? What is it that drives you as a person? And so we look at both of these things. And to be honest with you, in my past, I worked at Sandals for a while, and Butch Stewart has always said, hire for attitude, train the skill.
There you go.
And every step of the way, I realized how right he was. And when he said that. So for us, yes, you need to have obviously a skill set in the hard skills. So we look at any code that you have written before and analyze how you write your code. We ask you how you overcome certain problems and how you would write different functions. Basically, do you understand software methodologies, right? Rather than just do you know how to write Python, or do you know how to write JavaScript? No, because if you understand methodology, we know we can work with you to get all of these languages under your belt. But how do you get those languages under your belt? This is your attitude.
Exactly.
Are you willing to learn? Are you willing to drive yourself? Are you willing to get up in the morning? Our operation is all work from home.
Right.
So there's a lot of self-discipline. Discipline is an important factor.
Yes.
So we look for someone that has these kind of qualities, because once we know that you have those personal traits, working with you on fostering your foundation that you've gotten from tertiary education in software development, for example, we know we can build upon it because you're willing to learn.
And you've made some very, very important points here, Egbert, and I think it's worth repeating. What I hear you say is that firstly, you need the practical skills. So you no longer are firms interviewing without having some kind of case study or some kind of test to really see if you can apply the theory in a practical way. Absolutely. Or in a practical environment. And that's the norm, regardless of sectors, folks, right? Yeah. But now we talk about the soft skills, and I'm glad you touched on discipline and self-motivation, and let's expand a little bit, because I do feel that persons struggle. They feel that if I have the technical skills, so I'm okay, that will speak for itself. And many persons do not realize that that's needed right from the ground up. Certainly the more one climbs in whatever their value chain is or their executive roles, soft skills become even more critical sometimes than technical skills.
Absolutely.
But let's talk a bit more about soft skills. If you had to look at, or what advice would you give to persons out there who really don't, understand this concept of soft skills, do not even know how to articulate it on their CVs. And so in that regard, they don't even know how to state that in an interview,
Well, what I would suggest, there's certain psychometric tests that you can even find online yourself, and maybe go run through some of them yourself to understand what is your personality trait. There's obviously one of the most known one is the PI index. Then there's also something called the Belbin questionnaire, which looks at how you function in a team, what kind of role you take in a team. So it would be good for someone to do a little bit of self-analysis on what are their personal traits, where maybe their weaknesses could be. Because yes, if you want to grow in a career, you can't just have the hard skills. Because as you just mentioned, if you want to get into a managerial role, you need to be able to not just understand your soft skill qualities, but you must be able to identify them on someone else, because you then need to guide a team. So soft skills are absolutely important if you want to have a career anywhere.
Right. And it when we talk about self-motivation, we also mean or refer to being able to conduct the research we need to improve ourselves, whether it is in our job roles, from a technical perspective, or how can we enhance our personalities, our delivery as a person, as a leader, as a manager. And I think that, we need to encourage and remind persons, this is the age of the internet, right? I mean, there is nothing one cannot find on the internet. And doing these tests, these self-assessment tests, as you mentioned, the psychometric test, will help one to begin to wrap their minds around, oh, wow, I didn't know that this was my strength, or this was my, or this is an area I could improve on. What can I do?
Yeah.
And I think that's very important, folks, because more and more, it's the soft skills that are going to give one that edge in an interview. Remember, interviewers are very discerning, and very shortly we're going to have Roxine Green, who is a senior manager in HR and talent management at the Anchor Group, who can even shed some more light about this. But sometimes you have candidates that are equally qualified, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it is some insight into the soft skill, into the personality, into their ability to troubleshoot, that will give them that edge, that will, allow a firm to take, take a risk on them.
Absolutely. Because that makes it actually, it's a less of a risk for a company.
Yes, actually, yes.
Because I know that if you have the right motivational skills, we can always help you along. And obviously, you have to have the communication skills.
Yes.
But we can then help you along in your knowledge gaps. That's what we're here for. But it always takes two to tango, right?
Yes, it does. It does. And welcome, Roxine. Thank you for being with us on the panel. As we're talking, we've been talking with Egbert von Frankenberg, who is our chair of the Global Services Skills Council and founder of Nightfox. And, as the thrust and the theme of the fair is to innovate your career, innovate one's career, we challenge persons, through debunking the myths, which I have a few, and I'm sure you probably have a few that you can share yourself, as well as trying to equip them, because this is what the career fairs are meant to do. Give them the resources, give them the tools for that additional professional development. And I always say, even if you're not looking for a job right this minute, it's very good if you can use these career fairs, throw in your resume, can't hurt, see how you fare, see how you responded an interview, because coming out of that, you're going to learn. You're going to learn. And even if you are serious about applying for a job and you do not get an interview over the next 2 days, not an interview, a job offer over the next 2 days, do not be discouraged. Understand the questions you've been asked and see how you can learn and recraft, revise your resume and your styles and your approach for a better interview next time. So Roxine, welcome again, and thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Tell us a little bit about your role in the Anchor Group, and then we can talk about what you see as some of the emerging career opportunities from your end.
Okay, thank you for that question.
My role at the Anchor Group, I am Human Resources and Talent Management Senior Manager, and that means I run the full gamut from seeking bright sparks to onboarding them and training them, having them develop themselves all the way through to whichever area or whichever aspect of the company that they wish to go into. It's a consultancy firm, so it's not just for the Anchor Group that I am responsible for bringing in talent, but for any projects that we may be working on. And our projects run the gamut from government to private sector, and it's mostly a business infrastructure that we deal with. So in terms of where I see the development going, or the trending in terms of who it is that we're hiring. I know that AI has already emerged, and it's almost as if we're at the tip of the iceberg with AI, which is an interesting thing, because then you wonder about AI competing with the human element. But I believe that if our people get in the know of even the entity of AI, and learning how to utilize that kind of aspect within their own professional development, learning about it, learning how to make it happen, learning its various uses, diversifying its own its usage of AI, then that I can see that being an area of opportunity for them as well. As Mr. Chair had mentioned earlier, soft skills are a definite. Yes. Cannot do without the soft skills. And in terms of where we're headed, especially coming out of the pandemic, where there are a number of other psychosocial issues that have come out, I find that there is a demand, especially for persons who are naturally and who have learned to empathize and to practice being human. For what's a better term, just practice being human, yes. Even as they master tactile skills, whether it is anything in computing or software development or anything, even if it's medicine or lawyering. It is very necessary for them to hone those soft skills, utilize them in the space, while alongside any other area that they feel or desire or wish to passionately pursue.
And that's interesting. Empathy, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, which we take for granted, but practice being human. I mean, I think, thinking about others, because especially when you're in an environment where you're interfacing with people. True. And to your point, after COVID, one had to become more sensitive to so many challenges that resulted from COVID. We see so much in the news about mental health and the struggles, and we just do not understand every day what the person in the room with us is going through. But let me just switch to what you said about AI, and Egbert, I'm bringing you in here. I've always been of the view, and persons have had this fear that AI is taking over the world, so to speak, right? It's already here, as you mentioned. But am I correct in thinking that you still need somebody to program? You still need someone to do that programming for the AI to work. Yeah, what would you say?
Well, there's two sides to the AI, right? There's what we call the machine learning, which is the predominant AI technology that is being used now. And machine learning focuses on taking vast numbers of existing data to draw a conclusion on something for the future, rather than what we have as deep learning, which means you program a computer to then learn itself by something, for example, almost like a gamification. You tell the computer, if you achieve this, you get points. If you don't achieve that, you don't get points, and then let the computer figure out how to get more and more points. So that would be a simplified way of explaining deep learning.
And where does the people factor come into the mix?
So you need the people to write the programming for both of them, right? I see that for now, I think we have a lot more application on the machine learning side, where it is actually taking a lot of historical data to make predictions. So, for example, climate change is a good topic for that, or forecasting on business models. It's very important. So it's not really taking over, but what I think is it just means that the human element is having more time to make better decisions. So yes, it will help become more efficient, but it will also help then to transform the humans in a company or in the workforce to change and adapt, because there's something that you don't have to do anymore.
Exactly right.
So it is now the task of the business or the task of a country to assist in facilitating that transformation on the human side.
So one way to look at AI in a very, very simple term is just look at it as part of your team. Like you're delegating some of the work, whatever your business operations or otherwise, you're delegating that so that you as an individual within your role can focus on something, usually more strategic, you know, and let AI take care of some of those, I'm going to just...
rote things.
Oh, right, routine or operational stuff.
I mean, if you look in the past, right, a great example, if you look, for example, at NASA in the 50s and 60s, they had computers, which were humans writing and calculating the equations, which now are taking over by computers as we know it. But we only have reached there because those people that were computers went into software development. So there's always this transition. And I think we're just at another one of those engineering transitions that we need to be aware of.
Exactly. Thank you, Egbert. Roxine, back to you. What about this myth about there's no growth opportunity in the global services sector? I mean, help me to understand that, and why do persons feel this way?
Well, off the top of my head, I think it has to do with how it is persons have perceived this, the image of the GSS from the get-go. But I know in my own stint in the call center, I saw so many opportunities within it. And we could take an agent from entry level, which is sitting on the phones and responding to our customers, all the way through to professional dynamics, including HR, including accounting, including software development, and other aspects of IT, to business management, analytics. So many opportunities are rife in the GSS that if a person were to sit down and decide, okay, this is where I want to go, or this is what I like, so let me try and do this, because not many persons know off the bat that they want to be X, Y, or Z. But as they explore, and we give them opportunities to explore, which is why HR is important, give the agents opportunities to explore, then they could realize that there are so many areas in the GSS that one could realize their dreams. I know persons who have made a career out of call center life. They have been in it for 20, 25 years. And they started out as a call center agent, saw areas of opportunity that they liked, whether it was in workforce or somewhere else. And they learned the business and learned the craft, learned the fundamentals that they needed in order to advance in the different areas. I will always go back to the soft skills, because that is intrinsic. Attitude is everything. I used to say at my call center, your attitude determines your altitude. How you approach the opportunity that is before you is how it will help to determine how far you get in the opportunity before you. The choice is yours. So I think it is very important that we demystify that you can only go there and
for
sit
helping
down
us
for
with that
hours.
process. Yes, and that's important. Attitude determines your altitude. But bear with me a little bit, because I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot, because you are an HR professional, and you just shared with us that you've been in the call center. I mean, is this a fit for everyone? You know,
that's a good question.
Let me just add before you answer, what about this side of it that we know, apart from the dynamic nature of the GSS, skills could change from 6 months, 12 months, client could require new skills profiles, possibly, and this is why through the GSSC, we are committed to upskilling and reskilling as we need to. but it's very performance driven.
Yes, it is.
How do you guide someone who do not understand, have never worked in, or is thinking of, but do not understand that side of the business? And back to my question, is it a fit for everyone, and how would you advise persons?
All right. It's not a fit for everyone, but then not everything is a fit for everyone.
Right.
And an individual has to be real with themselves in assessing the situation.
Earlier Egbert mentioned the use of self-assessments,
Yes,
to understand
the
sometimes where our strengths lie. So,
True.
yeah.
And some practitioners utilize the psychometric test from the get-go to help themselves and also help candidates understand whether or not this is a place for them. And knowing that from very early on can save a lot of quote unquote heartache, but knowing a little later also can help persons understand what's not for them and what is for them later on, but learning life lessons along the way as well. So it's important to know upfront it's not for everyone. And it's also important for the TAQs, the talent acquisitors, or the recruiters to have a little bit of realism when we're doing the recruiting, whether at the get-go or even after we have brought in the team members to start, give them the realistic view to some extent of what is involved in the job that they have signed up for and what it will take, and let them make the decision as to whether or not they're going to continue in it.
But even when you have them on board, though, how does HR help to sort of ease that process for someone who decided to take a chance, really wants to work, maybe not understanding everything, but got their foot in the door, got hired? How does HR help that process so that their learning curve is flattened, so to speak, and that they become more comfortable in the role?
Okay. Well, HR is the temperature checker in any organization. The HR helps to reinforce the culture of the organization, and HR's role is to help to clarify with that individual where and what it is that they should be about at a particular point in time. How I helped in my stint is we had conversations. And even though we had a number of heads, hundreds of heads, not thousands, I know it's at thousands now, but hundreds of heads, it was very important to have those conversations and ensure that the HR team has those conversations with team members to determine how they're doing, what they could be doing differently, etc., and to find out where they're at in terms of their headspace and the role that they're playing. So there is that. There's the one-to-one, the soft skills again coming into play. There's also learning and development where we do the training, and in the assessments would not just be tactile or technical, but they will also have a soft side to it to determine the gradient at which that employee is at. So we would know whether or not this person is engaged or disengaged. Right. And if they're disengaged, we have activities that we would do with the individual in order to help them to be more engaged, or we look at seeing if we need to transition elsewhere, which HR, well, the type of HR that I practice, we would help them with networking, etc., to see maybe if there's somewhere else outside of the company that they would need to be. HR helps out in a lot of ways. I mentioned engagement before, which is more than just activities, and it's more than just HR. It requires the entire leadership in order to get into the minds or seep into the hearts of our employees to understand where they're at so that we can help them to develop.
Okay, thank you both. I mean, it's been such a pleasure having both of you in. And just to close, I want, one advice to our audience, the persons who over the next 2 days will be tuning in, will be, trying to understand, maybe nervous. They've submitted their resumes. Let me start with Egbert and then back to you, Roxy. What advice?
My advice would be stay open, open-minded, explore different areas, see that the GSS has opportunities for growth and a career path that can build you as a person and help your community. And I think there's so much that we hopefully over the next 2 days will get through to kind of debunk a lot of those misinformation, that I hope that at the end of it, when you've gone through the next 2 days, you fully understand what it is that the GSS is about and what opportunities lies within it.
Thank you, Egbert Foxy.
My advice to candidates is to, yes, be open, enter, be yourself, and have the right attitude. Go to learn, as well as to sell the best of yourself to the interviewers. And once you take a deep look at the GSS, once you get into the business, learn the business, understand the business, and think solution, be solution oriented, and do your best to not be a detractor, but an influencer for good.
Great, great. Thank you. Wise words and good advice from our panelists today. Thank you again so much for participating. Now, remember, it's not too late to register. So visit our link, www.gstallenthubfair.vfairs.com. Attitude determines altitude. Soft skills are very important. Do not overlook. Keep an open mind. Learn as much as you can. The GSS project and all its partners are here to support you to excel. Have a wonderful 2 days, everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, and let me greet everyone in cyberspace today who are attending the GSS Talent Fair. The topic today, innovate your career. What an exciting time to be looking for a job or to be even starting your career. If you have just left school and you have not worked before, this is indeed an exciting time. And I want to use my own experience to share with you, how exciting you can make your career path to be. Well, the GSS is an exciting place, but let's start first with you as an individual and how it is that you position yourself to get the best job or to get the best experience, or even to start on the right pathway to achieve your goals and your objectives. So in the GSS, we have a minimum prerequisite, which is 5 CSEC subjects, 3 to 5 CSEC subjects, which must include English and math. If you are now just developing your resume, you want to make sure that you look into your experience over your high school years, over your community life. You want to pick the skills that best defines you. If in high school, you perhaps got involved in clubs, in sports, all of that are important to help to build your skill profile. Employers are not just looking for academic qualifications. They want persons with hard technical skills and soft skills. And soft skills usually are developed through your interactions, through your involvement in social programs, social projects in your communities, in your church, and in any other aspect of your life. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my own resume. So when I left high school, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. My parents wanted me to be a teacher. I wanted to be a nurse, but I wasn't sure that any one of those were important to me because I was after the dollars. And it was at a time when teachers were, striking for more pay. In fact, the very day I was going to Teachers College to do my exam, I saw teachers demonstrating in Sam Sharp Square for more money. So I went for the sake of pleasing my parents, but really and truly, I didn't want to do that. So my first job was in a restaurant. And I was excited. I wanted to get into food services, but that probably was not the path for me. Nonetheless, I took the best out of it. I got my experience. I went and volunteered to get to training in a top class restaurant in a 5-star hotel. Took a few weeks in there to see what that experience was. I learned the cost control side of it. I learned the food prep side of it. I learned the front customer facing side of it. And then I realized that was not for me. So I went to business school, and having gone to business school, I started in an entry-level job and I got a business diploma, started working in a financial institution, but then it was an entry-level position. So I wanted more. And I started volunteering in several organizations. And these organizations put me in a leadership position and allowed me to interact and to network. And that's also very important for you if you're building your career. So the first interview I got for a senior level position, first I was called to the interview because everybody there knew me. Didn't have a master's, didn't even have a first degree at the time. But you know what? I went to the interview and I was selected for the job, even against persons who had their master's and their first degree at the time. And I was way younger than all of them. Why? Because everybody knew me. I was leading several projects. I was volunteering and I was doing a lot of things that got me the visibility. So the GSS provides you with an exciting opportunity if you are hungry, if you are the kind of person who can do things, or who has a good attitude, or who's willing to learn, who can help to move things along. If you're a front office facing person, an entry level person, and you do well, you will get promoted. That is a GSS. We, of course, want basic qualification for certain positions as you advance your career. But the important thing is your soft skill, your technical skill, and how it is that you use those. But I also want to share some other important things with you, right? So I want to encourage you to collect experiences and not titles. Titles are important, but experiences will get you through the door. Careers of the future will be focused
on not so much on the title that you held, but more on the capabilities. What problems did you solve during your last job or in any other position that you had? Think experiences and not just skills and job titles, as I said. Forget the career ladder and focus on building out your core competencies. What is it that you're good at? Because your career is doing two things. It's helping you to acquire your financial resources, your wealth. Of course, you're getting paid, but it's also giving you that self-fulfillment and that joy and that happiness. And that's very important in today's life. Challenge yourself daily. Don't just settle for what is in front of you or what you are assigned. Challenge yourself daily. You have immense capacity, and we don't use half the capacities that we have as humans, right? So challenge yourself daily, volunteer, take on a project. I'm going to give you another example. When I started working at the bank, there were 26 of us, and I used to volunteer to learn everybody's department, projects, loans, finance, credit, receivables, just about everything. Well, guess what? They decided they were going to close the Montego Bay branch, right, in 1999. And of course, it was expected that everybody would be made redundant. But you know what? They kept one person, because there was one person in that office that knew everything, that had worked in every department, not for pay, but for skills and for experience. And that was me, right? So challenge yourself daily to learn something. Keep a skills registry for yourself. And that skills registry, you should update that every year with your new skills. And those new skills, that is your skills bank account. You draw on that for every new position that you challenge yourself to take. So are you ready to innovate your career? Are you ready for this exciting time? Are you ready to experience the amazing ecosystem that exists in the GSS? Whether it is that you want to work in customer service, in banking and finance, in a financial institution, whether it is that you want to work in human resource, in IT, and even if you're not an IT specialist, you can learn. I know someone who was a nurse rather, and right now she is working as the director of IT in a BPO company. That probably couldn't happen anywhere else. But as I say, in this sector, we are focused on skills and we don't watch nothing else, right? Once you come with your skills, the right attitude, you're willing to learn, and you're adaptable, this is a place for you. So in 2022, I'm encouraging you to innovate your career, to think skills, to harness your internal core competencies and use those to redefine yourself, to create your own brand as a person, and use those skills to define yourself and differentiate yourself and set yourself apart from everyone else. This industry allows you to do that. But I'm not saying that this is the only place you can do that. Of course, you can do that anywhere else with the right attitude. All right, so thank you very much. And let's encourage you to innovate your career in 2022. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm hoping that you can hear me. I would love to know if somebody can just validate that they can.
Yes, I can.
Oh, fantastic. So I can just jump in, right?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. So my name is Deborah Fraser, and I am, first and foremost, I'm the CEO for a company called Caribbean HR Solutions. I'm also on the board of the Global Services Skills Council. So I want to take a few minutes to talk to you about this whole GSS career, the opportunities that are coming with it. And I just have 5 minutes. I'm going to begin by telling you a little bit of a personal story. So you'll notice that I sound different because I was actually born in Canada, but my parents actually came from St. Anne's and from Manchester. And they took a chance and emigrated to Canada back in the late 60s. By the time I was born in the 70s, yes, long time ago, I remember being born into a very, very, very tiny dwelling. I think we had 2 bedrooms, and it's the kind of space where when you're older and you go back, it's so small, you can't imagine how everybody crammed up into this little space. And this is in Canada, right? And I remember every time my parents would sponsor people to come to Canada as well, to, you know, take a shot at having a better life. So our house was always crammed. But I do recall when I grew older that we would often move. And I remember moving up into what we know as a townhouse, a little bit more space. It had 3 bedrooms and a basement. And then I remember moving again and moving again. And by the time it was time to go to university and look a job, we were in quite a nice house with I think 4 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms in the basement as well. So, and a pool at the back. So I always think, wow, what progress. Like my parents worked very hard because they started as janitors and housekeepers right at the bottom. And now that they're older and ready and they're retiring, you know, we can say that, yes, they did a good job and they had progress. But you know what? It wasn't until I was in my mid-30s that I realized that, you know, I was able to step back and see what was happening in Canada, the country. When my parents and maybe some of your relatives emigrated in the 70s, Canada was going through a boom. So they had gas and oil. They were starting to get early into technology and their services and healthcare. So Canada overall at that time was just doing very, very well economically. So that plays a big role in why anyone who emigrated to Canada could automatically get different jobs, move up, earn more, feed their kids, buy homes and cars, and over a lifetime, you know, even if their choices weren't ideal, everyone still moved up. I want to tell you guys that there's a principle that when the tide comes in, all ships float, so all ships rise. Right now, Jamaica is similarly poised. You're seeing lots of things every day, like new roads being built, highways, hospitals being redone, airports being expanded. That's because right now Jamaica's in their own boom. So it's really up to you as young people who are starting your journey, unlike my parents who are finished their journey. You're still at the beginning. And I want to impart to you some encouragement that you have to make sure that you do make the right choices. Otherwise, you may have regrets. And none of us want to live with regrets. So the GSS is very thoughtful, ambitious. I'm noticing the comments about the background being noisy. I'm going to do my best. Yes, so the GSS has several different areas where you can focus on. There is the BPO, which is the traditional call center type work. There's also KPO. And if you recall, I mentioned that I'm in HR, but we're a BPO because we hire and deploy HR specialists to service countries and companies that are from different countries. So we service clients from South America, Costa Rica. We service clients from Spain, from the US, from the UK, and also here in Jamaica. So instead of like my parents having to go abroad and take a chance, you guys have this wonderful opportunity to not have to go anywhere, because now with globalization, the opportunities are coming to you. So I'll go back again. Whether or not you're starting with BPO or KPO, which is like an HR service or a legal service or an accounting service, You can also specialize in IT services or digital media services. There's all these brand new career opportunities. You just need to choose one that you believe you'll like and stick to it and allow the tide to come in and for your ship to rise. A lot of young people often are very, very nervous about, am I making the right choice? Which course should I do? Should I work at this place? I'm not sure. I want to encourage you that honestly, do something that you're good at or that you want to get good at. But the most important thing isn't so much your choice, it's sticking to it. If you start out with a job and with a course that you really struggle with, and you actually stick it out for 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, you'll master it. And as soon as you become a master of anything, other doors open for you. And those doors will lead you to the right career. But the GSS is so diverse right now with a variety of jobs that everyone can find a place there. So I'm gonna stop there, but encourage you guys to learn as much as you can about the different career pathways, find out a way to get trained and certified, and just keep trying until you get into that job. Stick to it 5 to 7 years, and you don't have to worry about Jamaica or opening more opportunities for you, or even global opportunities outside of Jamaica. Those opportunities will find you. And with that, I'm gonna end and hand it back over to the moderator.
Hi, everyone. I am Rochelle James, and I'm going to be talking to you about where's my job, how to innovate your career. So I'm standing here in front of you making this presentation because somebody asked me and I decided to say yes. And innovating your career is simply about that, making the decision to say yes when changes come and you have to shift. What's next for you? So you might not be old enough to remember this sitcom or know of this sitcom, but growing up, I used to love watching Family Matters. And whenever I watch Family Matters, it always had some life lessons that are applicable to me now that might not have been applicable back then. One example of that is one episode where the mother, Harriet, came home very distressed. She had recently lost her job. Now, this was in the 1990s. And she was an elevator operator. Now, you might not know of anybody who's an elevator operator today, but basically what she had to do is to punch in different numbers, digits, and codes in the elevator to get persons to the floor of their choice. And she lost that job. She was made redundant. That's not the only job today that is missing or disappearing. There are a couple of other jobs that I want to make note of. Before the elevator operator became obsolete, the human computer also became obsolete. The human computer was responsible for computing mathematical problems of stellar proportions. And these were actual human beings that would be sitting in rooms in places like NASA. But then the computer was invented, and they were no longer necessary. Eventually, we're no longer going to need travel agents. Eventually, and if you are doing online banking now, and if you have been into any of the people-less branches, those branches that only have the ABM and ATM machines and screens, the bank teller is also a role that is becoming obsolete. There are very few organizations now that have a typist on staff or even a typewriter in the building. And finally, the role of the secretary is also becoming obsolete. These are just 6 roles that I want to use as examples for you. But you might be asking yourself, what's next? So in order to identify what's next, I have 3 steps and 3 tips. Very easy, very simple to follow, and they're on your screen now. Step 1. When you ask what's next for you, you need to be looking at job trends. You need to be looking for coaching, and you need to be looking at new training and learning opportunities. Many of you may already have your degree, first degree or master's. That is great. That is a rudimentary skill. That is like learning maths, English, arithmetic. So everyone at this stage is expected to have a bachelor's and quite possibly a master's. But there comes a point in your career where those qualifications and skills plateau. And what is going to be necessary going forward is retooling and reskilling yourself. And to prove skill, you don't always need years of experience, but you know what you're going to need? Certification. So that is where you need to look to when you're thinking about training. So I want you to look at the big picture. Don't settle for an unfulfilling career. These can be a stepping stone to your employment, but your future destination isn't promised. Step 2. Oh, I think I made a little boo-boo there. I didn't step into step 1. So we're going to go back now so I can share with you step 1. So that was step 2 a while ago. For step 1, you need to evaluate where you are now. The skills, the talents, the opportunities that you already possess. What am I doing with my life right now? Where am I in this job? And does this role look like there's a future in it 10 years down the line? So if I was a typist back then, do I see the need for a typist going forward in a world where we're moving from desktop computers to laptops and tablets and iPhones and all these other fancy things? So take a long, hard look at where you are now in your life and your career, where you want to be, what skills you need to be bringing to the table to get you there, and be very open to change, be very open to innovation, be very open to technology. And now we're moving to step 3. Am I ready? So you've decided what you need. You've thought about how you're going to get it, and you've acquired the skills, acquired the certification, acquired the knowledge. But how do I get to that next job? How do I get to that next opportunity? How do I plot out a course? You need to focus on mentorship, sponsorship, and personal branding. On the side of mentorship and sponsorship, I'm going to unpack that a little bit more for you. But you need to be ready to redefine success for yourself. Not just once, not just twice, but it needs to be an ongoing thing for you in your career. Look for opportunities that's going to showcase your wide range of skills so that you are never considered a one-trick pony. So I told you I'd have 3 steps and 3 tips. So here are the 3 tips. What's next for you involves what you need. You need a coach, you need a mentor, you need a sponsor. If you're watching this in your room alone, or if there's a chat, type in the chat, coach, mentor, sponsor. So you're seeing on the screen 3 sets of images with Usain Bolt. And I love to use Usain as an analogy because he's relatable and what he does is understandable and very straightforward. So the first image on the far left is of Coach Glenn Mills with Usain. He was his coach undoubtedly. Coach Mills was not concerned with Usain, the family man. He was not concerned with Usain, the friend, the son, the party goer, or the businessman. Coach Mills had one chief concern. making sure that Usain was the type of athlete who would win medals and break records. So he was his career coach. He was focused on helping him to achieve maximum potential in his career, and he was successful in doing that. You need to identify a coach who is fully invested in your professional health. Your career coach will help you to chart a course to where you need and want to be as a professional and help you take the kind of steps, doing the kind of studies or making the right kind of connections to get you there. Next thing that Bolt had was a mentor. His mentor was Norman Peart, also his manager. Norman Peart started working with Usain long before an Olympic track was even in the cards for him. But Norman Peart was concerned about Usain as a holistic person. He was concerned about Usain, the athlete, yes, but he was also concerned about Usain, the man. He was concerned about Usain, the businessman. He was concerned about the Usain Bolt brand. Now, some of us might find it a little difficult to find a mentor who we can literally call on to offer us guidance and support in our life's journey, right? However, there are persons that you can look on who can be mentors to you. I know a lot of persons who consider Oprah Winfrey, for example, their mentor. Never met her, never had coffee or tea with her, but they watch her life and they model it in specific ways. And that is the benefit of having a strong mentor. Finally, this one might be a little unusual for some of you. When I say a sponsor, it does not mean you need somebody to finance your journey. It does not mean you need somebody who is spending money on you. What a sponsor does for you in your professional life is what Puma did for Usain in his. Now, when every other brand was ready to drop or decided that he was not worth it after a major injury, Puma, their CEO, decided to stick with it. This means that while Usain was not winning medals, they stuck with him. This means that while Usain was not attending actual international meets, they were sticking with him, and it paid off. Now, when you think of a sponsor, you need to identify somebody who is going to call your name in a room full of opportunities, who is going to invest in the future of you. They are speaking so highly of you that it automatically propels you to want to excel and achieve and do more with your life and with yourself. So sometimes some of us have sponsors who is your mother, and you might call her your cheerleader, or is your father, or is your uncle, or is your auntie, but they believe and have invested so much of their faith in what you can and will become that whatever else you do doesn't even matter because you don't want to let them down. And that is what you need to identify. And if you don't have a sponsor, call me. I went to a conference recently where somebody said they give good gas. So if you need a friend to gas you up and tell you can do it, call me. I can be that friend for you. So the 3 tips are: get a coach, find a mentor, look for a sponsor. And I didn't say find a sponsor because it is quite likely that there's already a sponsor in your life that you didn't even realize you had. So rub the dust off, pick up the phone and call that sponsor and remind them that you respect what they've invested in you already and you're not going to let them down and you're going to keep going toward it. Remember the steps. Step 1, be open to change. Step 2, look at the big picture. And step 3, constantly redefine what success is for you. I am Rochelle James. You'll see my email address at the bottom of the screen now. And I just want to thank you for allowing me to share with you this morning.
Be a part of Jamaica's robust global services sector. Get real opportunities now and for the future. Welcome to the Global Services Sector GSS Career Pathway Framework CPF website, where we provide not only prime access to exclusive sector information, but invaluable career opportunities as well. Gaining access and reaping the benefits of the GSS CPF website is easy. Get started by selecting the Sign In/Register option on the home page and carefully complete your GSS profile. Complete the ReaSec self-assessment test to determine the career path that best suits you based on your personal interests and attributes. After final submission, your test results will allow us to present you with a range of roles to select from and see their detailed job descriptions, skills requirements, training options, a career ladder, salary offers, and benefits. After successfully registering and completing the self-assessment test, you may begin exploring your career possibilities from the Pathways page. 4 career pathways are offered by the GSS. Learn more about each one and confidently identify your career choice. Explore digital media and game development. Choose from job roles within game production, visual graphics, game design, quality assurance, and more. Information technology outsourcing, comprised of 7 job groups: cybersecurity, data analytics and AI, enterprise architecture and network infrastructure, operations and support, sales and marketing, software and applications development, and strategy and governance. Business process outsourcing offers roles in areas such as customer services, operations support, training, learning and development, business process transformation, and more. And knowledge process outsourcing. Take a look at jobs in the areas of intellectual property, financial services, digital and data analytics, training and adult education, just to name a few. Click on the job roles in your desired pathway to view a detailed description, salary scales, required skills, and training options. Interested in what you see? Request career guidance at the bottom of the page to schedule a session with a career advisor. Enter the required information and don't forget to upload your resume or CV and submit your ticket. The GSS Career Pathway Framework is open to every and anyone. So whether you're a student, current employee, a job seeker, or switching career paths, you can get the help you need to succeed in the sector. Sign up today. Your GSS Career Pathway is just one click away. Be a part of Jamaica's robust global services sector. Get real opportunities now and for the future. Welcome to the Global Services Sector GSS Career Pathway Framework CPF website, where we provide not only prime access to exclusive sector information, but invaluable career opportunities as well. Gaining access and reaping the benefits of the GSS CPF website is easy. Get started by selecting the Sign In/Register option on the home page and carefully complete your GSS profile. Complete the ReaSec self-assessment test to determine the career path that best suits you based on your personal interests and attributes. After final submission, your test results will allow us to present you with a range of roles to select from and see their detailed job descriptions, skills requirements, training options, a career ladder, salary offers, and benefits. After successfully registering and completing the self-assessment test, you may begin exploring your career possibilities from the Pathways page. 4 career pathways are offered by the GSS. Learn more about each one and confidently identify your career choice. Explore digital media and game development. Choose from job roles within game production, visual graphics, game design, quality assurance, and more. Information technology outsourcing, comprised of 7 job groups: cybersecurity, data analytics and AI, enterprise architecture and network infrastructure, operations and support, sales and marketing, software and applications development, and strategy and governance. Business process outsourcing offers roles in areas such as customer services, operations support, training, learning and development, business process transformation, and more. And knowledge process outsourcing. Take a look at jobs in the areas of intellectual property, financial services, digital and data analytics, training and adult education, just to name a few. Click on the job roles in your desired pathway to view a detailed description, salary scales, required skills, and training options. Interested in what you see? Request career guidance at the bottom of the page to schedule a session with a career advisor. Enter the required information and don't forget to upload your resume or CV and submit your ticket. The GSS Career Pathway Framework is open to every and anyone. So whether you're a student, current employee, a job seeker, or switching career paths, you can get the help you need to succeed in the sector. Sign up today. Your GSS Career Pathway is just one click away. Framework CPF website, where we provide not only prime access to exclusive sector information, but invaluable career opportunities as well. Gaining access and reaping the benefits of the GSS CPF website is easy. Get started by selecting the sign-in/register option on the home page and carefully complete your GSS profile. Complete the ReaSec self-assessment test to determine the career path that best suits you based on your personal interests and attributes. After final submission, your test results will allow us to present you with a range of roles to select from and see their detailed job descriptions, skills requirements, training options, a career ladder, salary offers, and benefits. After successfully registering and completing the self-assessment test, you may begin exploring your career possibilities from the Pathways page. 4 career pathways are offered by the GSS. Learn more about each one and confidently identify your career choice. Explore digital media and game development. Choose from job roles within game production, visual graphics, game design, quality assurance, and more. Information technology outsourcing, comprised of 7 job groups: cybersecurity, data analytics and AI, enterprise architecture and network infrastructure, operations and support, sales and marketing, software and applications development, and strategy and governance. Business process outsourcing offers roles in areas such as customer services, operations support, training, learning and development, business process transformation, and more. And knowledge process outsourcing. Take a look at jobs in the areas of intellectual property, financial services, digital and data analytics, training, and adult education, just to name a few. Click on the job roles in your desired pathway to view a detailed description, salary scales, required skills, and training options. Interested in what you see? Request career guidance at the bottom of the page to schedule a session with a career advisor. Enter the required information and don't forget to upload your resume or CV and submit your ticket. The GSS Career Pathway Framework is open to every and anyone. So whether you're a student, current employee, a job seeker, or switching career paths, you can get the help you need to succeed in the sector. Sign up today. Your GSS Career Pathway is just one click away. Be a part of Jamaica's robust global services sector. Get real opportunities now and for the future. Welcome to the Global Services Sector GSS Career Pathway Framework CPF website, where we provide not only prime access to exclusive sector information, but invaluable career opportunities as well. Gaining access and reaping the benefits of the GSS CPF website is easy. Get started by selecting the sign-in/register option on the home page and carefully complete your GSS profile. Complete the REASSEC self-assessment test to determine the career path that best suits you based on your personal interests and attributes. After final submission, your test results will allow us to present you with a range of roles to select from and see their detailed job descriptions, skills requirements, training options, a career ladder, salary offers, and benefits. After successfully registering and completing the self-assessment test, you may begin exploring your career possibilities from the Pathways page. 4 career pathways are offered by the GSS. Learn more about each one and confidently identify your career choice. Explore digital media and game development. Choose from job roles within game production, visual graphics, game design, quality assurance, and more. Information technology outsourcing, comprised of 7 job groups: cybersecurity, data analytics and AI, enterprise architecture and network infrastructure, operations and support, sales and marketing, software and applications development, and strategy and governance. Business process outsourcing offers roles in areas such as customer services, operations support, training, learning and development, business process transformation, and more. And knowledge process outsourcing. Take a look at jobs in the areas of intellectual property, financial services, digital and data analytics, training and adult education, just to name a few. Click on the job roles in your desired pathway to view a detailed description, salary scales, required skills, and training options. Interested in what you see? Request career guidance at the bottom of the page to schedule a session with a career advisor. Enter the required information and don't forget to upload your resume or CV and submit your ticket. The GSS Career Pathway Framework is open to every and anyone. So whether you're a student, current employee, a job seeker, or switching career paths, you can get the help you need to succeed in the sector. Sign up today. Your GSS Career Pathway is just one click away.
welcome to the GSS Talent Hub Virtual Career Fair. We're having 2 days where you are going to learn so much more about what GSS is about. So for this 2-day career fair, we'll be having 16 booths, we'll be having sessions and career opportunities where you can learn how you can access these careers that are emerging and the current trends. So if you have not registered yet, what are you waiting for? Register at www.gsstalenthub.dfairs. And many of you may be wondering, what is the GSS project? You've heard, you've seen social media, you've heard it, but you're not quite sure what GSS stands for. GSS is the Global Services Sector. On January 24th, 2019, the government of Jamaica and the Inter-American Development Bank signed a loan agreement for a 5-year skills development program worth 50 million USD. And that program is to help skills, is a skills development program. And GSS is focusing on 4 core areas: business processes outsourcing, information technology outsourcing, knowledge processing outsourcing, and they've added something additional and so amazing: digital media services, right? And if you do not know, here's a fun fact: the BPO employs over 52,000 individuals. I said it, 52,000, and they're truly making an impact. And the GSS project is being executed by Jam Pro. So stay tuned with us. We have an exciting discussion for all the Gen Zs out there. And if you don't really know what a Gen Z is, if you are born after 1995, you are Gen Z. And we're going to support you. We want to look at the booth. We want you to learn about the careers. And we don't want you to leave this event without staying the path of your career where you want to go digitally. So stay tuned with us. I will be moderating the session. My name is Alexia Beckford, Program Manager at the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance. And with me today, we have 2 amazing panelists: Rochelle Dixon, Manager Communication and Employee Engagement, Sutherland, and Jeff Waddington, Co-CEO, Real Decoy Global Services. Right? So I just want you, the audience, just tell us a bit about yourselves, Rochelle.
All right, so you would have introduced me, and good afternoon to all our Gen Zs out there. Good morning, rather. I'm rushing the day. But I started my career, maybe say 20 years ago. And so my passion was always about talking, television, productions. I've always loved to really see see our anchors on TV, hear our announcers on radio. And so that is where my career started. Was always a bubbly person. I have been in communications for as long as, I can think about it, and productions. And overall, it's a part of me is to give back. I love giving back because of the various career paths that I would have, traversed along my years as a professional in the industry of communications. So pretty much I just want to be able to share with our youngsters out there, how do you get to that step? How do you start from having an idea to the parents saying to you that, boy, you talk too much, until you get to the stage that I am at now in employee engagements? Totally different role from what I would have studied in my years of, different colleges and universities.
Okay, great. Jeff?
Jeff Waddington, started a company. But 15 years ago, I discovered something that very few people knew at the time, is that Jamaica has some amazing technical talent. And the problem at the time was the rest of the world didn't know about it. And there weren't opportunities for the Jamaican technical talent to go and experience the world. So my company that I founded, we've been here for 15 years now, working in Jamaica to help technology people in Jamaica work for clients overseas. We've done work for clients, Samsung and Coach and Home Depot and all these great big global brands right here from Jamaica. And that's one of the things that if anyone can take away, it's that there's amazing technical talent here and that the world needs it, and that we have right now the opportunity to work on projects and for companies that never could have possibly been a possibility for So it never was something that could happen before. People would always have to go and consider things like migration or other things. Right now, you can work on global, interesting projects and stay here in Jamaica and be part of the global services sector.
Agreed. I think Jeff has kicked us off. So just want to know, what do you believe are some of the viable options? Because the world of work has changed significantly in the post-COVID era. So what do you think are some viable job opportunities available to the Gen Z that was not available 10, 12 years ago?
Well, definitely. I mean, know that I'm at Sutherland Global, which is our largest BPO in Jamaica. And I'm proud to be a One Sutherland member, of course. To look at, we as Gen Zs and just people generally, we have to look at how can we earn money while staying at home. So one of the key areas for us here at Sutherland is that we say to persons, you are able to have, whether it's a mixed modality or what we'll call a hybrid, you have hours that you work in office and there are hours that you work at home. But for Gen Zs, as you enter the phase into Sutherland as an agent, you can start in a work at home program, which is easy for them. It's more convenient, of course. They don't have to think about bus fare. They don't have to think about so much of the hustle and bustle of having to go on a production floor every day. But you're able to work in the comfort of your space at home. So they can start to look at those sort of programs that you can still be able to offer quality service and experience for our customers and also earn on the other end. So those are the areas that we're pushing for persons, but also there are some areas, of course, based on the technicalities of the job. You have to take the job into the brick and mortar space. So we also have to be flexible as younger persons that if you don't get the online job, you still have an opportunity to go into brick and mortar, but also to look at it as a growth and development for you. Because for Sutherland, for example, we look at promoting from internal up. So if we want somebody on the outside, we'll recruit internally first. And of course, we're working with our agents because we're big on succession planning. How do you get an agent who started, answering telephone to going to an account manager, to going to a supervisor, or training, or a quality person? So those are some of the ways, and training is also important. So we have to remember as persons in Gen Z and even persons who are outside of Gen Z, when you're looking to invest in a company or to build your career, look at a company that can provide you training to help you with the emerging, things that will happen in the organization. So you keep yourself relevant as the company progresses.
Okay. Jeff, on that note, what do you believe are some of the emerging trends?
In terms of the types of
jobs and careers, because I know that 10 years ago, you didn't have user experience designers. We weren't big on social media managers or content creators or, digital marketers. That was something that was so new to us. And I mean, data analysts, yes, you heard of it, but it seemed like it's more popular now.
Right. You hear a lot about data scientists and artificial intelligence. This is the heavier end of sort of the technology jobs that are out there, and security related jobs wasn't something that was traditionally a big growth area, but for a lot of people now, security, especially in the current environment we're in, has become a big deal. So there's lots of jobs around how to secure things, how to work with people though. And that's one of those key things is there's a lot of blending of people and technology, right? So you'll see things like people are doing user experience, right? User experience is that whole process by which you make technology easily usable by people, right? So the reason you don't have to read big, thick manuals anymore, right? You can go on your Gmail and you just figure out how it works. There are people and there's science and there's thinking and there's, it's psychology combined with technology where people are figuring out how to make it really easy for people to work with technology, right? And that's a whole field that didn't exist in a big way previously, but now it's a lot of organizations, especially you can really feel it. There's a lot of organizations locally, for example, they're still learning that lesson of like, how do we make this really easy for people so they don't have to think? How do we stop ever having to publish another user manual because nobody reads them, right? You just want to figure it out. And if it doesn't make intuitive sense, it doesn't make sense. So that's a combination again of not just purely technical, it's using technology and psychology or other disciplines, right? Communications and technology, you start talking about social media management, you start talking about all those other careers. So really what I think the future of jobs for the next generation really has to be a combination of technology and problem solving, right? Technology with some other discipline is where it's going to go. The pure technologist path will be there, But really the biggest demand we see right now is for people who are able to combine both the technical and the communication, the people, and some other discipline to create an opportunity for themselves in this world. So you kind of you combine your passion for solving problems with technology, and you can actually create a whole bunch of new careers that never existed previously.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. Love that. Yeah. Definitely love that. Also, I know that a lot of Gen Zs, based on my experience working at the JTDA, have come in and sometimes they get a bit overwhelmed. So what would you say to our audience now in terms of you're a Gen Z, you're super excited for work, your stress levels, you're not used to timelines and deadlines. How do you manage those challenges? How do you cope without being burnt out, which is a serious issue for them if you're just leaving, you know, getting that skills development and then jumping into the world of work?
Well, I'll definitely share what works for me. The first thing I would say to any Gen Z is get a mentor. It's important to get somebody who is a little more grounded in the work profession, who would have gone through various challenges, who can work with you, and you really just share with them what is your vision, and they can help you to craft that path to take you along the way. Of course, it's important for you to have work-life balance. So when you look, and someone, actually my mentor said this to me, when you go for a job interview, you need to make it clear if maybe it is your religion, maybe it is family commitments, you state from in the interview. Don't lie about it because you want the job. Just be honest. This is what I want. This is where I see myself in this job. But in order for me to be able to be successful at this job, I need to be able to have my family time. I need to be able to, you know, go out. And of course, you have to research the organization you're working with. Because if you want to go in an organization that has good work-life balance, then you have to do your background check to see if this is a company that you want to associate yourself with. So I'd say to our young persons, if you really have a desire, maybe it's a desire to become an agent, maybe it's a desire to work in a BPO such as Sutherland, do your research. Ask other persons too, you know, who are working there, what is it like working there? So do your background research so that you're comfortable and you're not going into an organization where your passion is not at, and then you're going to end up leaving. And then, you know, sometimes when people look at your resume and see that you're jumping or you're hopping from jobs to jobs, it really doesn't say much for you as a professional person. So that is my one take, because my mentor actually helped me along my entire career path. So it's important to have that older person with your voice of reasoning who can say to you, this is the right decision that you're making, or is it not? Yeah.
I think one of the biggest challenges that we have when you go through your life, when you're young and you're in school, everything's laid out for you. You know exactly what you have to do. You know what success looks like. Everyone lays out exactly what you have to do. You hit high school, it's all laid out for you. You know which courses you need to take next. You know how to succeed, right? You have to get to your CSECs, you have to pass them. You know all of those things, even if you go to post-secondary, university, or college, everything is laid out for you. And then you're dumped into the world where nobody knows what the next step is, right? You have to go and chart your own course and figure it out. And that's a really tough adjustment to make. And as you noted, it's not something that we're well prepared for. We're used to somebody coming and telling us the next thing you need to do to be successful is this. And if you check this box, everything's going to be good. But the reality of the job market and of most of the working world is you kind of have to figure out your own way, right? And you can get a guide, a mentor, or someone else who's going to help you there. But the real biggest challenge for most people, and you're talking, you know, high potential, smart people that sit there and go, I don't know what to do next, right? I could be anything, but I don't know what that thing is, right? And so we end up with this challenge right now where everything is so structured and then you're dumped into the working world and you have to just figure it out. And so there are techniques, like you mentioned, finding mentors, finding people who've been there, but it's also just that approach of getting out there and getting exposed to things and really mentally shifting to, I own where I'm going next. Somebody else isn't going to take me there. The goals aren't going to be laid out for me. I'm not going to be able to look on Instagram and see what I should be doing next in my life. It's going to be what you decide you're going to do. And we find with most people that have gone through this, and this has been a pattern for years, but really, really prevalent now, is what do I do next? I can do anything. I'm smart. I've done all the right things. I've checked all the boxes. I've got those degrees. What do I do next? And that is where personally you need to take some ownership of that and start figuring out what that's going to be.
I would like to add to that, in doing your research, it's important for you to do networking. I find that when you network, you learn a lot. And everybody, throughout my professional life, I've always been a manager. I don't know how that happens. I guess because I have the quality to become a manager, but I've always been a manager all throughout my entire life. But what I found was that, and someone told me, every time you go into an organization, make sure that you have a notebook. So you're jotting down, say, I mean, for Gen Zs now, you have your Apple.
Yes.
Go on and you're
Yes.
making notes. Okay, so I met John Brown today, and he's so and so. And sometimes it's good to take people's contacts, because guess what? You may need one day to be able to call this person about, maybe it's a research paper that you're doing, or maybe it's just at a job that you want, or maybe you remember, say, oh, but this person work at X and I can get a police record faster than, you know,
Yes.
that sort of thing. So it's important for us to build a network and have good people around us, people who can help us. Not that you're using people, you know, but you're trying to chart your path, and you really need people to help you, just like how those persons that have gotten people to help them. So it's important to have good company, one, and two, to ensure that we are networking. So come off Insta a little bit and Facebook, and forget about people's business a little, and look at those persons who are in the field who can help you to chart your path. And that is what I found worked for me. And of course, do free work. Nothing is wrong with doing free work. I had to start when I started in productions at Television Jamaica. I went in as a production assistant, and I was doing free work, running up and down on a set. I didn't know what to do, but I was at Carmack studying TV, and I didn't want to wait until Carmack provided me with a practical. So I went in and I said, listen, guys, I just want to just be good at what I do. Can I just come on your production sets and I'll just hang around and see what is happening? So it's good to put yourself out there, and that also helps to build your brand. So when people think about a job, they may say, oh, I remember that little intern who was running up and down, and she was so inquisitive. Let me give her a call and see if she could start. And so that is where you start your development.
I most definitely agree with that. And I just want to add to what you and Jeff said, is that we sometimes are in a culture of burnout. So you'll be start working, you get your job at 20 and you're just going without trying to strike that balance. And Jeff said something, I really believe you need to own your passion. What it is you're passionate about, research the company. Are their values in line with what you're trying to accomplish? Definitely. Everything can't be money. And you highlighted, going on social media. I would say to you right now, audience, if you have not, you need to have a LinkedIn profile. You want that professional development, you need a LinkedIn profile. I mean, there's so many persons. You can reach out to Rochelle Dixon on LinkedIn. You can reach out to Jeff Waddington. Get a mentor. It is so integral. But Rochelle, you mentioned something, and that goes into the skills, some of the soft skills, because as you know, you could be very brilliant, but right now, soft skills are super important, especially in organizations where it goes to teamwork and building and looking on the organization as a vehicle for your own personal goals and development. So I think networking is super good. And I just want to, Jeff, because you have to deal with quite a number of Gen Zs on the IT side, on the technical side, which some of them have a bit of nuances. They're brilliant, but really when it comes to those soft skills, how do you think they can overcome, or what can they do to develop those skills more?
For sure. That's one of the biggest limitations people have right now in some ways in getting careers going is that the communication skills, especially negotiation skills, the ability to interact with other people, that empathy, all those are challenges. Even the bare minimum is, and you mentioned LinkedIn, it's a great tool for keeping your resume up to date, right? We had someone earlier speaking about how you want to do your annual inventory of your skills and update it. That's a great place to do it. As you're going, you can add new things you did. Hey, you just did a new project. And those projects don't have to be at work, right? If you have community involvement, if you do things at your church, if you lead guilds and raids online and games, you have experience that people will look at and go, oh, this is more than just someone with a degree or a certificate. This is someone who's a well-rounded individual and has skills outside of those, business skills that are the pure technical skills they have. And I think one of the things I've found is that, and this has been true for generations now, is especially for technical people like myself, we're expected to go and get a job using a resume, but nothing prepares us to create a resume that's going to get noticed. Nothing prepares us to be a really good interviewee. And so you end up with highly skilled, really good people who are now thrown out there and said, now you have to figure out how to exist in this artificial environment where you're going to be presenting yourself in a paper document. And it's really tough to do. And I think getting some help, whether it's through a mentor, whether it's through school or through other programs, to help position yourself well, because it's amazing how poorly people can present themselves. They so, I work with people sometimes, I say, don't you have the, you did this thing, why don't you have that on here? You don't highlight the fact that you've led all these things, you have all these degrees, I'm looking at you, you have all these different things you're capable of doing, and you put a tiny little piece of it there, and maybe you list which primary school you went to, and I'm like, that's not you, right? And so, and then you're going to an employer and saying, hey, do you want to hire me? And they go, that doesn't look that impressive. I mean, like, I'm going, I know this person, like, hire her, she's so good. So I think there's, in that soft skills, it starts even at the beginning to go, how do you present what you already know in a way that's going to be appealing to an employer? How do you build out that list of things, whether it's, the volunteer things, or even getting, in our technical world, we use GitHub, which is a way to put your code there, right? There's different ways you can show that technically you have done things, and employers are going to look for that, right? And that's kind of not taught to us. It's not something we're naturally good at. We're not naturally good at interviews. We're not naturally good at talking to other people to try and sell ourselves, because a lot of us aren't salespeople by nature, right? Especially technical people. It's tough, right? So we end up with this challenge where to get into the system, to get in and have that first opportunity, you have to be good at things that nobody prepared you for and that you're not naturally necessarily good at. So I would say those soft skills are important at the beginning, but what also helps people get ahead is that network, right? Who you know, who knows you is immensely important. And I'm gonna say something probably a little bit controversial, but you mentioned earlier about the working from home. I believe that in the early stages of your career, you should do everything you can to get into the office, safety considered, because that's where you overhear things, right? You can always, people say I can video conference stuff, but I can overhear. I'll sit in the office and I'll overhear a conversation. I'll be like, ooh, I never knew anything about that. Or someone can see me struggling and come over and see what I'm doing and say, ooh, yeah, let me get you another opportunity there. And I think that networking, that ability to be around other people and for them to observe you as you are, especially if you're going above and beyond, especially if you're, because balance is super important, especially as you move forward in your career, but you kind of, in the early stages of your career, it's not going to be as balanced because you're out there proving yourself, right? You're out there doing things and learning things that are going to set you up for success later. So I'd say balance is a goal that you get there by putting in the hours and doing all these things in the early days. And so it's not necessarily what everyone wants to say, but I say in the early days of your career, you want to be in front of people, you want to be around them as safe as you can be. But that's where you're going to really find out about careers you never knew. But you never knew employee engagement wasn't a course you took in school.
That's true.
But now you do it, right? It's this concept that you're going to overhear. We have a project manager. One of my best project managers started out in the tourism and hospitality industry, right? She wouldn't have gone and said, hey, I want to be a technology project manager, but she's amazing at it, right? And clients love her. And I go, that's what being around other people and being exposed to these things and having a network to get into it can do for you.
Most definitely. And I just want to add to that by saying that about 8 years or so, I ended up in the ICT industry, information communication technology. And if anybody knew me, I'd be like, no, I don't think so. I don't code, I don't program. I don't think that's my thing. But being in the space, you see so many careers, you see so many opportunities. So to say to the audiences, don't limit yourself. You can start somewhere and end up somewhere completely different. The soft skills are super important, but what if I don't know how to negotiate, or if I'm naturally an introvert? What are some steps you think that I should do, Rochelle, that can get me out there? If I know that I really want to work at, for example, Sutherland, and what should I do to put myself out there? If I know I have all these talents, but I'm a bit scared, I'm not that type of, not to say I'm not a go-getter type of person, but I'm not the boldest person for those persons who are out there.
So one of the first things, and I always say this to my young people at my church, because I'm very active in church. What are you afraid of to get yourself out there? And I even say it when I'm doing employee engagement activities in Sutherland. I said, guys, you work at Sutherland, you can't be boring. And so I'm saying that to young persons, you have to just be bold. You have to just be bold, take that step and do what you think is necessary to get you to that level. Because it is difficult to say what exactly you're to do as an introvert. I mean, you can't be trained to be not an introvert, but it really requires you mentally to think about what is it that you want and to have that drive. And sometimes maybe looking at persons who are in a similar situation like you and who stepped over into being an extrovert and the steps that they took to get to that stage. But in this day and age, especially in Jamaica that we live in now, young people are not supposed to be an introvert. They are supposed to be out there pushing because it's a competitive world. So you have to think about the competition. So you have to look within yourself and say, what is it that I really want out of life? If I sit down here at my house and I don't talk to anybody, and so I just sulk up myself and I say, oh my God, I'm not getting a job. Am I just gonna sit like that every day? No, you have to get up and go out. And so ambition is going to only come when you take that first step. So take that first step and then see how it goes. And then try, as you go along, sometimes you have to just motivate yourself. And I have to say, because I am coming from child protection into private sector, where I did public relations in government. And I've always said, parents have a role to play in your child's life. Your child is an introvert. My daughter is very shy. And I've said to her, listen, you're gonna get yourself involved in church activities and school activities. Always try to be the one who is answering the questions, who is standing for it. Even if you're wrong, just say what you think is if the teacher asks a question, put yourself forward. So we as parents also have to take a responsibility in how it is that we groom our children, to not be so shy and cagey and all of that. And I've always said, and my mentor tells me this, give your children experience. So when as Gen Zs know, you are now going to prepare yourself for adulthood and parenthood. When you have your child, ensure that you're giving your child experience. If you're going to a Spanish Fort to have tea, you take the child with you and you teach a child, right, their social skills, table manners, right? So those sort of things parents really needed to have done, but I know many of our Gen Zs wouldn't have gotten that experience, but it is not too late for you to create that experience for yourself. So that would be my 2 cents for our Gen Zs who are very shy. But if you're shy and you're watching, my number is available. I'll share my number at the end. Just give me a call. I'll help you to get out of your shell and just really make that move. Yeah.
Wow, I love that, Rochelle. And just to add for Gen Zs out there who are introverted or, they're looking at the next steps, what you have to fear. You have this amazing talent, you have this amazing passion. So put yourself out there, whether it's reading an audiobook to boost confidence, whether it is learning about more skills, but put yourself out there. You have nothing to lose, whether it is a church organization, whether it's a professional organization like the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, what you have to lose, because when you surround yourself with persons who are experienced and in the industry, it is going to rub off. Persons are going to highlight you for your talents and what you're doing. So networking is so important. And just to add about networking, and Rochelle and Jeff touched on it, speaking from my own experience, I've been offered jobs that have not even been put on the market as yet, because I have been in places and people have seen me do more than what I was getting paid to do. So I just want to highlight that. Jeff stated earlier that, your first couple of years, in the first couple of years, there will not be the best work-life balance because persons don't know you. You are a brand and you want persons to know you in the industry, whether it's business processing output, information technology outsourcing, knowledge processing, digital media services. You really have to get yourself out there. So going on that point, Rochelle and Jeff, what I wanted to know, since we're telling them about all these skills, how can they monetize these skills, right? That can link to entrepreneurship and building the Jamaican ecosystem. How can they monetize some of these skills?
Jeff, I'll let you start first. Into the technical one.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting world right now, right? So there's all sorts of ways other than just traditional employment to monetize your skills. A lot of people have maybe a base, employment, but also a side hustle, or they work on some of these online platforms where you can do different types of work that allow you to leverage those skills. There's a lot of support actually for entrepreneurship here in Jamaica. You just have to go find it. Again, it's that networking environment that you talk about. Some of the colleges, universities have support for that, but they're taking that then and transforming it into something that you can then earn a living off of is a process by which you need to get out and find who sees the most value in what I do. Right? So you have to be able to look at yourself and go, what do I do exceptionally well that somebody else is going to pay for for me to do that for them, right? And what value do I bring to them, right? So you don't sit there and say, I want to be your account manager. You say, I want to help you increase your sales, right? If you can speak to what your particular talents allow you to do for another person, whether that's a customer or an employer or anyone else, if you're able to articulate what you do well and how that's going to benefit them, you're going to find people that are willing to put money after it. And that really, it sounds a bit strange, but the better you are at articulating what it is that you do really well and really knowing yourself, right? That's a self-awareness of knowing what your strengths are, how you can actually bring value to others around you. The better you can articulate that. And if you have some experience negotiating, because we always go in and we underbid, everyone I talk to is always saying that their time is worth less than it really is, right? It's a huge problem, especially everyone always, they sit there and they go, how much do you want? You go, ooh, I don't know. What am I going to do? Right. And people tend to go low. Right. So the more you learn about negotiating, the more you're able to say, what does this person really want? Employer or customer or whatever. And how do I then position myself as the best value for them to do that? Those are soft skills, right? And that's something you learn through practice, through your life, and through being exposed to others that are really good at it. And if you can't, Susan Cain wrote a book called Quiet, which celebrates the introverts of the world, right? Which speaks to that last topic. But introverts, one of the strategies you can use is you kind of partner up with someone who maybe isn't that way, right? Yes. And that's been my strategy through life has been, I'm not an extrovert by nature. I used to fake being sick in primary school to not do public speaking because I was petrified of it. I would be the one standing in the corner at any kind of social event or whatever because I couldn't socialize. But once you have someone who's a mentor or a friend or who can complement you and maybe their strengths are what yours are, you can actually go at it together. So again, this isn't something you have to do alone. So if you're bringing your skills to market, sometimes it's actually easier to do it together or as part of a small group than trying to do it solo. If your skills aren't sales, it's going to be tough to become a salesperson, right? But if you're around someone whose skills are sales and they're not really into what you do, which is delivering solutions or designing interiors, then you're going to actually have a good pairing to allow you to be more successful as well.
Yeah. I love the point about teaming up because I find that when your earning power might even be better when you team with persons because you may not have the skill sets. And you for Gen Zs, I know I would have said earlier that you're to call me, but I know not everybody's gonna have that natural knack for being an extrovert. Because sometimes I can be an introvert, right? And sometimes I'm an extrovert when it is time. I just have to step in character. But if you find that you are that person, and Jeff mentioned it, find other persons who have the skills that you need to enable you to be successful, right? And all of you pull together. And we see it, a lot of our young people have businesses together and they're the ones that are doing extremely well. They are creating things right across Jamaica and being the implementers of a lot of successful businesses that we have. So look at those skills that you have, partner with other persons and form a team and get it done and make waves and speak about it. PR is one of the major aspects. So even though things may not be all fine and that you may not have the funding yet, but if you can really push the PR and push, what you guys are doing and get it out there, then you'll find that people will know more about your business and it will help you to it will propel you to really want to push to get to that level.
Agreed, most definitely. So teaming up, looking at somebody who has a different skill set, so has different things that you can definitely help your career path. Now, since we're on that journey, I definitely love for you, Rochelle, to tell me a bit more on your success path, or what you'd recommend for persons. I know we touched on a bit of it, but what has been your path of success for you and Jeff that has really guided you to where, you mentioned earlier that every area where you stepped in, they saw management. It's like you had a rubber stamp, management.
Yeah. I started out first, the first thing, my passion. So my passion was TV. I always loved to watch the Rain Samuels on news. And interestingly, I went to Carmack. I flunked Carmack exam the first time I started, and then I reset, and then I was successful. So I never give up. So that's the first thing. So even though you have a passion, you're probably throwing the curveball that didn't allow you to get into that program that you want, try again. And I remember when I sat the exam, the person who was in charge of advising people about how you get into karma, she said to me, you know, you fail the exam again, but you miss it by a point. And I said to her at the time, I think it's Corinne Barnes, can't forget Miss Barnes. And Miss Barnes said to me, you know, you seem like somebody who is really driven, and I'm gonna give you a chance. Let me talk to the directors of Carmack and see if we can squeeze it in. And I said, oh my God, I can't believe them really never get that 1 point to take me to, because Carmack was very competitive at the time. And when I got in, I said, you know what, this is a foot in and I'm not gonna waste time. But along the way, I was looking at, so okay, you're showing me the theory, I need to get the practical. So that was when I started to knock heads with people who are in the industry, because I said, okay, this is where I want to go. So it's important, that is where the networking came in. So we start off with the passion, never give up, even though you select your program, and then you talk about the networking. And the networking helped me to cement myself in terms of doing free work. So sometimes you have to do the free work to learn and to get to that level. And then once I got to that level, it was somebody who I networked with that called me and said, Scotiabank wanted a production assistant to produce their program, The Teller. I said, really? Yes. And him said, man, just send me a resume. And I sent my resume. I was interviewed among other persons, and they selected me. And when I went in, and I learned actually from a lady who was coming from the BBC about how to produce short features with compelling stories about, and it's a spin on PR, because the bank was being hit by a person saying, oh, them thieving money from my account and I don't know what the bank is doing with my money. So this program was supposed to be a strategy now for a person to say, okay, so even though it's a Scotiabank is a thief, this is what we're using the money to do. We're giving back scholarships. We are doing things in communities. We are painting schools. We are doing breakfast feeding for children. And that is where it started until she left. And then they handed over the entire production. And I'm saying, oh my God, I have 7 men who I have to run up and down behind, cameramen, sound men, lighting, and I have to give them instructions. And I said, oh my God, how am I going to get to this stage? But then curveball hit me again, because I lost my job having been a contractor. And a friend of mine, again, networking, because when I did voice and speech training with Tony Patel, I met a guy who worked at the UN. And when he told me that he worked at the UN, I said, that place that sound fancy. Me, I go just go home and research it. And when I research, the research is important, team. So when I research it, I say, UN, oh, this is global. Yeah, man, is here, so I want to work. And then I said to myself, I'm going to ask this guy, how do I get a job at the UN? And he said to me, well, I can't tell you how to get a job because you're still in college. And at this time now, I was preparing myself to the master's. And he said to me, why don't you try internship? And I applied. I was the only Jamaican out of thousands of young people who applied to the United Nations who got through to do the internship year. And when I went, I make sure that everybody knew that I was a Jamaican. I went and I sell Jamaica. I call consulate office and I said, listen, guys, all African people, may I go various dinners for other countries. What can we do? Because Jamaica, I need to come here, and I have 100 people who are listening to me. I need them to come to Jamaica and invest in Jamaica. I need them to come and be visitors to understand the sea, sun, and sand and all of that. And I started the conversation until Jamaica Tourist Board, when I spoke to them, had put me onto the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And then that was when I said to the lady, I want to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I just said, how come this girl is just so outspoken and brave? And she said, no, you're too bright to come here and work. And I said, no, offer me the job because I will come and make a difference. And she said to me, no, man, from you went to UN and all of that, we can't pay you. But I managed to really build a good network of friends from UN across the world. And I was able to move from that. So till Scotiabank called me back and said, hey, offering you a bigger post. And that was when I went back to Scotiabank. I cemented myself until I started working the foundation. So this is where the softer side now and giving back, and children come and complain about issues that they have with parents. And then I could just not understand how God just led me into that sort of area that then took me into child protection, something that was totally different to me, because I'm going now into child protection that spoke about children being abused, which I am now pinning everything together to say, okay, so the children who were helped in scholarship program from Scotiabank are now, this is now like a progression now that I'm in child protection. And I would have worked that post for 6 years, would have gone through several things, would have been more knowledgeable, would be working with government officials and all of those things. And it taught me about protocol. And so that experience really helped me as to how do I plan events? for various things. How do you handle children who are being abused? How do I talk to parents? How do I help to change? So that's a change part now coming in, because I'm now giving back to, our parents and our children. And then today, I said, I really just want something different. I really want something that I can make people happy, and to really just give up myself in terms of what I would have gone through over my years. And here comes Sutherland, employee engagement. So never give up on your goal. Apologies. Never give up on your goal. Set your task. Look at what is it that you want, the passion that you have. Look at, chart your trajectory in terms of your professional career, and don't give up. Try to ensure that the people who you have along the way are people who are going to help to guide you as you continue. And so the sky is the limit for all of us. We can be the prime minister. Why are we limiting ourselves? Just take everything that you learn and note, make friends, friend people, sit down and talk to them. All the people who have experience, let us take that information from them to see how we can be successful as well.
Agreed.
Wow. One thing I want to mention is people don't talk a lot about failure, right? Your TikTok is not full of people who've tried things and not gotten through, right? So it's a lot of celebrating success, and it can lead to the sense that everything goes well. I mean, I started a company, right? That sounds really good. Well, I went for job interviews and I couldn't get a job, right? I didn't start a company because I had a great visionary leader. I literally went to companies and tried to get a job and I couldn't get one. So that honesty and finding it that really there are a lot of challenges to getting to where you want to go, and recognizing that everyone is going through these challenges is really hard to do. Even recognizing that we don't know the answers is hard to do, because everyone puts on a brave face. It's actually something we have to kind of break when people get into the company, because you don't know all the answers. It's impossible. Nobody does. But what we portray to the world is that everyone knows all the answers. You're never wrong. You got, everything is just working well. And people, you go ask people in a, how's business? Oh, it's great. No, it's not. Usually there's something that's really not going so well. And I think part of the thing that the Gen Z people are going to have to deal with is the world that gets projected to them versus the world that I lived through and that many others are living through is full of challenges, right? And the challenge, how you react to those challenges is really what's going to make the difference. So rather than sitting there and going and living in my parents' house in my basement saying, I can't get a job, turn it around and said, okay, we're going to start a company, right? And it just became one of these things that, there's a lot of things that are going to stand in the way. There's a lot of things that are very challenging, especially here in Jamaica. There's a lot of things that other people don't even have to deal with, right? People overseas don't have to deal with some of the challenges, the price increases, the traffic, everything else, right? There are challenges that are in the way of getting to being there, and to admit that actually we're all facing those challenges, that everyone around you, even those that seem to be successful, are going through these challenges, and being honest and open enough to be able to talk to people about that is really important, because that's what helped me out. And it's what we do still in our company, is we try to break down that it's okay to not know the answers. It's okay in your career to not know where you're going. It's okay. Most people, even the most people around you that think they know where they're going, most of us don't, right? And we're just trying to figure out, how do I position myself close enough to those things that are going to make me successful, whether that's the right work environment, whether that's the right network. We're all going through these challenges. I've gone through those challenges. That's going to happen for Gen Z and everyone that comes after them, because of the nature of the world is really hard, especially now, especially with globalization and pandemic and Russia and all these other things that are happening in the world right now that are beyond our control, yet are affecting us every single day. It's hard. And I think part of it in the dialogue, and especially here in Jamaica, where there's certain pride to sort of not showing your business and not, letting people know that you're struggling, it actually can create even more pressure on people to try and portray this image that everything's okay when it's not. And I think if we're willing to start to talk about it's not, and being able to build that network of people who are going to help you move ahead, because that's what I had to do to get ahead, was when I couldn't get a job because all the tech companies were not giving no jobs. I had to figure out a way around it, right? And every single part of the business, everyone says, wow, it's been a great, successful business. No, it's been a whole bunch of really hard lessons to learn, near-death bankruptcy experiences that have created the company that we are today. But people don't want to talk about that, right? It's all about, these images of, success, right? Everything's great. And so I think that's part of the path for everyone going forward, is to recognize that it's hard. and that you're going to have to leverage these skills you're talking about, the networks, the people, your own resilience, your own ability to do things, and to recognize it. Say if there's something you can do, is recognize what strengths you have and the value of those strengths, and go and look for places where you can apply them. And in general, what you're going to be doing is applying them. You're going to take technology and you're going to take a set of things that you're good at solving, and you're going to put those two things together, and that's going to be the career path.
Yeah. Wow. I really love that point, Jeff, because you're highlighting, you know, a lot of us are seeing these images of success and not knowing that there have been many failures. There have been many lessons, turning those losses into lessons to really move forward on the career path. And as we go further, speaking a bit more on the career path on the global services sector, Rochelle, let us want to know what are some valuable career opportunities that you are seeing now.
Okay, so Sutherland has from ground up. So from you have your CXCs, 4 CXCs, you can get a job at Sutherland as an agent. There are myriad of opportunities once you get to that level of becoming an agent that provides a training for you to go higher than being an agent in terms of like an account manager, an associate manager. Those are some of the opportunities that are there. But of course, you have the directorship, you have HR. There's so many different areas within Sutherland that once you have the passion, there's employee engagement. Once you have the passion, then you can get there. I mean, 3 members of my team, they're coming from accounts, they're agents. And when I came into the organization, they were actually promoted from being on an account to becoming employee engagement specialists. So there are many things or many areas at Sutherland that you can grow yourself. So you come in as an agent, don't just stick and say, oh, I'm gonna be an agent for the rest of my life. No, there are opportunities for you to advance your education there. So if you started your studies and you want assistance, financial assistance, there's opportunity for that, for you to continue your study. And once you get into that stage, you know, that's when you start becoming more marketable, because you would have learned the basic, you have now advanced your education, and you're now looking to go further in the organization. So there are several things: HR, IT, security. We have information security as well, that focuses on fraud matters and handling those things and ensuring that everybody is in keeping with the company protocols. We have benefits as well. So persons who are thinking more of how do you make employees happy, or you scope out opportunities for employees to get benefits, there's an avenue for that as well. So if you want to focus more into the HR, industrial relations kind of profession, then there is an arm there as well. But the general HR matters, the employee engagement, you know, managing accounts, which is where a lot of our vacancies are as well in terms of becoming an account manager. Persons who want to go into that area in terms of customer experience. And you have to have a passion for wanting to make customers happy to take on the role. Because even if you are not, say, an account manager, where if you come into employee engagement, it is also customer experience and management too, because I now have to think about the agents and all the other staff members who are depending on my unit to really bring the vibe in the organization. So, you know, there's so many things, the BPO sector and, you know, in particular, my organization I can speak to, is that there's so many career opportunities there for you that you don't have to just think about, oh, it's just a call center. No, it's not just a call center. There are other things if you have a passion in various things, sports, medicine, whatever it is, there are accounts there that you can align yourself with and you can become a manager yourself.
I think that's Sutherland as one of those leaders in this space that you didn't highlight fully, but for me is the leadership development that takes place within your organization, with the GSS sector in general. There's a huge gap in the world. The world needs leaders, right? The world needs people who can relate to other people and can lead them and empathize and communicate things in a way that other people want to follow or will want to be on board. And I know there are formal programs through the GSS initiative, but they're also within your organization and other GSS, major BPO players, there's leadership development. That's something we obviously look for. And our customers, the people who are out there, need someone who's going to lead them. It's a very confusing time, right? If you are not Gen Z and you haven't grown up around technology and around social media and around these things, it's scary, right? And you need someone who's comfortable enough, who can communicate with you and lead you through these things. And that's a huge gap. It's across the board right now. The biggest gap is people who can solve problems and who can lead. And the base skills you're going to learn starting in a BPO like Sutherland or some of the other members of the GSS are going to set you up with that skill set that you're going to need to lead. And then they provide opportunities through training, through GSS initiatives, through other places to get ahead and to lead other things. And if you really want to learn how to lead as well, JTDA, as a member, I am on the executive, and I just want to say it is one of those places where the leadership of where technology is going in Jamaica is in the hands of the JTDA and advising and helping other people. And if you want to connect with people who are going to help you to lead, help you to take ownership and to lead, it's another great opportunity to do so. But I think that's one of the gaps that has really been identified and is being worked on heavily. And with the right organization, even if you think you're starting off in a role that is customer service or customer, you're really learning those base skills you need to empathize, to communicate, to get to a common ground, to negotiate, to do all of those things that are going to be hugely critical in whatever career you choose, right? If you're going to lead at the bank, if you're going to lead in the government, you learn the base skills you need, and there's support and skills training to get you to that next level. So I'd say leadership is one of those things that you can really leverage regardless where you go, but you want to go somewhere where they value it and somewhere where you can make mistakes and correct them and own them and move forward, right? The fail forward concept. And I think organizations that do that in the GSS sector are going to move you into careers because it's the things that we're going to be doing going forward, right? As things move towards AI, as they move towards machine learning, as they move towards these other things, the jobs are going to be different, right? The jobs that existed 30 years ago, right, are going to be different than the jobs that exist 30 years from now, right? You're going to have a long career. Everyone that's graduating, the Gen Zs on the conference today, you're going to have a long career. Those jobs don't exist yet. So what we really need to figure out is how do you get those skills that are transferable? Leadership applies everywhere, and it will always apply to every role you ever want to have, whether it's working for a company or working for yourself.
Okay, I most definitely agreed. So I know it's been an interesting discussion and you've learned a lot. So I'm just going to summarize some main points about what is happening in the global services sector and the global opportunities and some of the highlights that Rochelle Dixon and Jeff Waddington gave us. One, develop your soft skills, networking, negotiating, get yourself out there, have a LinkedIn profile, internships. Do not be afraid to put yourself out there and work for free to get that experience. Your first 5 years in the workforce will require you to do more than what is listed in your job description. Be prepared for that. Fail forward. Jeff mentioned it. Not accepting failure for what it is, but really learning from failure and learning that failure is a part of success. And Rochelle mentioned resumes, and what I'm excited about with the GSS project and the virtual career fair is that there is a resume optimization clinic sponsored by the Global Services Association of Jamaica. So guess what? You have an issue with your resume, you know you have all this talent, go and visit. They are recruiting persons. You have no reason not to go to the booths, not to submit your resumes, not to get access to those jobs. What are you waiting for? And if you have not, let me repeat, stay tuned for this 2-day conference. Register at www.gsstalenthub.vfairs.com. And thank you for joining us for this exciting discussion, and stay tuned.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm just waiting to go ahead. All right, so everyone, my name is Oni Flinch Barrett, and I am an account manager with Sutherland Global Services. I've been in the GSS industry for over 12 years. I'm a bit old, guys, but I I started at 17 years old with I think it was one of the first companies in Jamaica. It was Teleservices Jamaica. I started fresh out of high school at 17. I left the industry a little bit and went to retail, and then I returned about 10 years ago. I started with NCB's customer care, which then transitioned to HGS. I spent 2 years there. And then I left to join Sutherland because we always heard we always heard the wonderful stories surrounding Sutherland and what the organization could do. And of course, the salaries, we always heard that, Sutherland pays their employees well. And I wanted that opportunity as well. The growth opportunity was blinding at the time as well. And I wanted to be a part of that journey. So I started Sutherland as an agent in 2014, May, and I became a team manager September 2015. I spent 2.5 years as a team manager, and then I became a senior team manager. I spent 2 years plus in that role, and I've been in the account manager role for 1.5 years, thereabout. What I love about the company, I already had managerial experience going into the business, but there are persons who were fresh out of high school, just had their subjects without any experience. Sutherland has something called a team manager university. At the time when I got promoted to manager, it was termed lead. And you could not have been promoted as a manager in Sutherland until you were lead certified. So I had to go through that training, even though I started the company with a first degree in theology. I currently boast my master's degree that I obtained with Edinburgh School of Business in London, that is channeled through a local partner here. But we have the Academy of Excellence, where you are taught various managerial courses. You're taught how to utilize Excel, how to coach for growth, everything that makes you or qualifies you to be a successful leader within the industry. Sutherland has its own university virtually set up to build your knowledge and to help you grow into whichever role you choose to do a career with us. So all of my training from then, I've spent 8 years plus with Sutherland. It's a great place to work. Financially, it is really good. I was able to take care of my immediate family and my extended family by being, with Sutherland. It's a great place to work. I caught a little bit of Rochelle's conversation. We are not bandaging anything or packaging anything to sell to make us look good. We are speaking of our live experiences. Sutherland has been the best local company that I have ever worked with. The other better experience was overseas. We care for our people, especially our HR team. I can tell you, a lot of people will look down and say, oh, they refer to us as call center folks, whatever. But I can tell you, these call center folks can stand up to any industry intellectually, professionally, and we will be a force to reckon with. The GSS industry, I would recommend to especially persons who are fresh out of high school, who want a career, who want to go back to school, but, do not have the equity. They have helped me to grow. And I can stand here. I live comfortably, guys. I'm happy in the industry. And I can tell you as an account manager, I get to live the joy of meeting and interacting people. Our recruiting team is excellent. They provide our candidates, they vet, they do everything. You know, we hire, we train, we upskill. This is, you know, an industry that I think will be still standing years to come. I'm suggesting, guys, it's a great way to start your opportunity. Some persons are asking about part-time opportunities. I know for some programs, they do offer that. What I know that we do from programs, especially my program, is that if you have started with us and you want to continue your education, we're really big with that. We will do our scheduling to accommodate you because, you know, everybody wants that opportunity. So we do that, but it depends on the program as well. I don't want Rochelle or the team to get at me. But we do try to work with our folks to ensure their success in all areas. Within the next 5 years, well, or less than that, I do see myself as a director or senior director with the company because I know that we promote from within and we are big on that. We only go outside if we cannot source the talent within. So it has been a wonderful journey for me. I think my time ends here now. Looking forward to see all the potential persons that will want to join the team. We're here waiting for you to take you to your next potential. Thank you.
I need to pee.
Not hearing.
Okay, they are like very soon, Jesus. Then let it right. Like okay, ma'am, come to tell now. 1, 2, 3, 10.
We're not hearing.
I have this video.
Hi, one and all. Welcome to the GSS Virtual Talent Hub Fair. My name is Phil Houghton, Talent Acquisition Specialist here at Sandyfield in Montego Bay. We are so excited that you guys have decided to join this great initiative. Introducing Centerfield, the award-winning team. We have a great culture, great benefits, and competitive salary. The vacancies we have available here at Centerfield are sales agents, sales trainers, quality analysts, HR professionals, and workforce professionals. The GSS Talent Hub Fair will be held on Thursday, May 26th and Friday, May 27th at 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Register by visiting any of the GSS social media pages. For Instagram, GSS Jamaica. For Twitter, GSS Jamaica 1. Facebook and LinkedIn, Global Services Sector Jamaica. Welcome, one and all.
Welcome to Contact Point 360. My name is Nicholas Breton. I'm the country director for Jamaica. Let me start by telling you a little bit about us. We are a Canadian-based company with offices in Asia, the US, Central and Latin America, and of course, Jamaica. Although we're still new to Jamaica, we recently opened a new 400-seat state-of-the-art center in the beautiful Montego Bay. At Contact Point 360, we are many cultures, nations, ethnicities, religions, and genders. Each one of us makes the CP360 family bigger and stronger every day. If you have the compassion, empathy, and patience to make a big difference through small gestures, we welcome you to join us. Our goal as a company is to create lifelong fans for the brands that we serve. Our customer brand ambassadors build customer loyalty with genuine empathy, deep product knowledge, impeccable communication skills, and advanced technologies. Every day, we unite people across the world through our omni-channel communication systems and bespoke approach. We believe that delivering constant customer experience excellence requires unceasing innovation and a steadfast commitment to being the best. Whether it's your home, our home, or their home, we put people first. We strive to hire and retain the best customer ambassadors to match them with the best possible technologies. We are strong proponents of data analytics, and we love to provide our clients with insightful analysis designed to drive efficiencies and to perfect the customer journey. So please, enjoy your virtual visit, and we certainly hope to see you soon. Thank you.
I'm Stacey, one of the recruiters here at Contact 360 BPO Solutions. This year, we are proudly celebrating our 50th year in the BPO industry. As a local BPO, we are headed by our founder and CEO, Jacqueline Sutherland, who has been steering us to success. We offer a full range of BPO and KPO services, which includes customer interactions, back office transactions, IT and software operations, finance and accounting, legal and healthcare processing, and managed security. Because we offer a wide range of services, we also have a number of vacancies available. These include workforce management analyst, business analyst, system administrator, trainer, IT help desk technician, and contact center professionals. As a boutique BPO, we are a family setting, a home away from home where you can thrive. Join us at our GSS Talent Hub booth, where you can learn more and participate in our interview sessions. Contact 360 BPO Solutions. That's where you want to be.
And I'm Moisha, the recruiters here at Continue. And we're excited to tell you about opportunities that we have here available for you. What differentiates us from every other customer experience provider? We take care of our employees. We ensure their needs are met so they meet the needs of our customers, making life better, one call at a time. We have several positions available in our organization. Customer service positions for voice and chat on-site in Montego Bay for our telecommunications department. Telebanking on-site at our Knucklehead locations, supervisor positions, HR journalists, and learning and development specialists. Feel free to visit our booth this Thursday to find out.
Hello from Ibex Recruiting. Allow us to share with you why Ibex is awesome and why you should apply to join our team. All employees receive a benefit package, which includes life insurance, health insurance, and lunch subsidy. Our employee engagement is unmatched and cultivates a culture of community. We're now hiring customer service, tech support, and sales agents. Non-agent roles include assistant HR manager, senior operations manager, and more. Visit our booth to learn more about joining Team Awesome.
Hello everyone, my name is Carlton. I am a recruiter with ITEL. Here at ITEL, we are a firm believer in family, quality, integrity, and reliability. Are you looking to be a sales representative? Maybe a technical support specialist? Loans advisor may be your thing, or even customer service. Well, if that's the case, you can join us next week at the GSS Virtual Job Fair on May 26th and May 27th. See you all there.
years ago, fresh out of high school sixth form. It's my first real job.
Stayed with Sutherland because of the self-growth I was actually seeing. So something as communication, I wasn't so strong, and look at me now.
Their culture is different and they're more about the people and development.
Just don't think of it as come and take calls. There are many things that you can do here. We have HR personnel, we have persons in recruiting, social media, all kind of things. So if you're looking for somewhere to grow, you can choose Sutherland. On a daily basis, we come in, we ensure that everyone is logged in on time. They don't have any system issues, so we have to be troubleshooter. We have to be counselor at times. You know, not everybody is always in the correct frame of mind to work. We assist them with any issues they may have with dealing with the customers or users that call in. We ensure that their payroll information is sent over timely so that they can get paid accurately. If it is that they're taking a while to grasp something, we do role plays. So I will be the customer from time to time and just say, all right, let's do this.
Grow your own way at Sutherland, where opportunities are endless. Apply now by visiting bit.ly/SutherlandJamaica-careers.
Visit our virtual booth at the 2022 GSS Talent Hub Virtual Fair. See you there.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all can hear me well.
Good afternoon.
Okay. All right, so we will get started. My name is Talianne Morrison. I am from Caribbean HR Solutions. We're an HR outsourcing company. And we'll be going into the GSS Talent Hub Virtual Career Fair. The theme of this session is the Recruiter's Table, Tips for a Successful Interview. And with us, we have a few special guests or panelists. Camille Starling, who is the COO, Chief Operating Officer at Vertis Technology Solutions. We also have Susan. Hi, Camille. And we also have Susan Cameron, the HR Manager at National Pens.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. And we have also Anthony Blair, TA Recruiter at Alarica. Do we have Anthony? Okay. All right, we'll proceed. Maybe he will join shortly. So this session will discuss a number of things, including the skills and qualities that employers in the global services sector are looking for in candidates, and some tips and takeaways on how to make yourself the ideal candidate and ensure that you will get employed, right? It's a very competitive arena, and you want to make sure that you are equipped with all the necessary skill sets that are necessary. So we can start the discussion with Camille Starling. You can go ahead.
Okay, so of course, I am the Chief Operations Officer at Vertis Technology. So we offer a wide range of services to B2B. So we offer services to other companies. And when we are seeking individuals to join our team, of course, we are seeking persons who are able to apply what they have studied. So I know you had mentioned, persons may be coming straight out of university, or you may have experience in the space. If you are coming from university and you may not have as much experience as other individuals, what will make you competitive is if you are applying what you have studied. So say, for example, you want to become an application developer and you're applying for the role. Creating labs and different personal projects that you're able to showcase to the different interviewers that will aid you in the process. I don't know if you want me to speak specifically to what the resumes, what we're looking for in resumes. Let me know what it is, how you want us to. Talianne, you're muted.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Yes, I would like you to touch on the different things that you will be looking for to help them to construct a resume, as well as the skills and the qualifications that some of these roles are looking for.
Okay, all right. So as it relates to the resumes, right? Your resume should be, look at it as a movie. It's a movie trailer. And when you see that movie trailer, I want to know more about the movie. So the resume should showcase what you have to offer. It doesn't necessarily have to be long. We usually recommend that you have a one-pager. It's nice to have graphics and pictures and so on, but what really stands out to an interviewer is if you are able to showcase. So say, for example, you're applying for an application development role or help desk role. your previous experiences should state, okay, how it will apply for this role. So say, for example, as a help desk engineer, you had experience in customer service, and or say, for example, a lot of our persons are coming straight out of university, and most times they only have experience maybe with their work and travel exercise where they went overseas and they were in a restaurant. We don't want to see where you say, okay, we can effectively balance 5 plates on a tray. We want to know, okay, how you are able to provide great customer experience to each and every individual. And that will help to be able to give great customer service in your help desk role. So your resume should be able to showcase each and every, whatever the role that you're applying for, the requirements, your experience as well as your qualification should speak to that role. So it, yes, should be attractive, not too long. You don't necessarily have to put what basic school you attended. The most important thing is your high school and your tertiary education.
All right, thank you so much, Camille. And just before you wrap up, I would like you to identify some of the emerging career opportunities in IT based on your experience in your company.
Okay, so of course, right now security is a hot topic and it has been for years. So persons, we're seeing where individuals are going into cybersecurity. There are so many roles in that area. Application software development is very important. We're seeing a lot of roles coming out. Of course, the standard systems engineer, that's very critical in our space in order to provide managed services to different clients and be able to go in and assist them with their infrastructure. These are areas that persons need to be looking at, as well as project management. So a lot of persons years ago didn't think, okay, project management was important in tech. It is very important. So for example, a company is creating a application, they will need a project manager. We're seeing a lot of Scrum Masters coming out. It works hand in hand with the project management team. So definitely go out and get your certifications where that lies. And we also encourage individuals. So you left university, don't just, okay, I got a degree, I'm done. Go out and get additional certifications, because that shows a recruiter that, okay, I want to own the craft. I want to learn more about and I want to develop myself. So there are so many certifications online. There are free certifications. You don't necessarily have to go into another classroom setting. There may be times where you have to spend money to invest in yourself, and that's what we as recruiters are looking for. If you are able to go out, do your certifications, develop yourself so that you can go along with the trend and where the industry is going.
Okay, thank you for that, Camille. And okay, we have next Susan Cameron, the HR manager, National Pens. You can go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And thank you so much for joining. At National Pen, we are based in Montego Bay. We are not a BPO company, but we actually are a contact center for National Pen, which is a part of the global Simpress brand. For the work that we do here, we actually offer sales, customer service, and marketing support for our customers. So we are supporting our National Pen brand. And in terms of recruiting, there are quite a number of roles that we have. We have been in operations for the last 4 years. our fourth anniversary actually will be this August. And over that period, starting with 80 employees, we're now almost at 500. So we have grown tremendously over the last 4 years, and it continues. As it relates to recruiting tips, Camille has stressed on some that are extremely important, that, you know, when it is that you're job seeking, the first thing that you want to do is to ensure that your resume is aligned to the position that you're applying for. So you really want to assess, one, the company that you're interested in working for, you know, what's their culture like, if on their website or in other media they share what their company values and mission statement is, and to see if as an individual you are also aligned, because different companies, you know, they have different missions, different values, and you want to ensure that as an individual, in terms of, you know, your ethics and so on, that it is also aligned to the company that you want to work for. Once that job is posted and you're interested, you would want to ensure that the resume that you will be presented is also showcasing the skills that says, okay, I am best fit for this role that I'm interested in, because for our recruiters, you know, we'll be getting thousands of applications and you want to stand out. So if a recruiter is using a minute and a half to look at a resume, as Camille shared as well, that you want it to be a one-pager where they're seeing those main points that tie back to the job description that they would have posted. So that would be the first thing, that your resume sells you as an individual. Once you have presented your resume and you're shortlisted for your interview, you want to be prepared. So prepared in terms of, you know, ensuring that your clothes that you're going to wear to the interview, that is looked about from the night before, because you don't want to get up in the morning. And we know how JPS is, that it's not guaranteed that you get up tomorrow morning and you'll have electricity. So for your interview at 9 o'clock, you don't want to be panicking at 8 o'clock because there's no electricity to iron your outfit to go for your interview. So to just be prepared, research the organization, see what their values and missions are. If there are persons that you're familiar with that work for that company, to reach out to them to find out about their culture, what the work environment is like. So you are as much prepared as possible when you go in front of that interviewer. First note, wake up early, ensure that you eat something. You don't want to be rushing, forget to have something, and you go into the interview and you're blank because, you know, you're just exhausted based on rushing and not having something to eat. So we always encourage our candidates to be up early, to have a healthy breakfast, leave out early enough to get your interview at least half an hour before the scheduled start time, so you can get in, you can get relaxed, you know, look around the lobby area. In most organizations, they'll have, whether it's their mission statements or other things in the waiting space that will even give you more information about the company. So when you're in your interview, you know, questions that you might have that you hadn't thought of before might just come up, which really shows your interest in the position. Another tip for making you successful in interviews is always expect the unexpected. So we are used to going into an interview and you're sitting in front of your interviewer. You might turn up and it's a group interview where it's actually not just yourself, but you're sitting with 5, 6 other people that are also interviewing for that role. So you want to really have an open mind in terms of how you will still be able to compose and present yourself to the interviewer to be seen as a candidate that can be selected for the role. The interviewer can also throw another wrench at your way where it's not just asking you questions, but there might be a role play, or you might be asked to write an essay about a particular topic, because different hiring managers will have different, as much as there's a job description, they will have different skill sets that they are more critical of than others. So they'll have different assessments of, okay, I think the best way to assess for this particular skill is to do a role play, it's to do an essay, it's to give you a computer to say, okay, type for 5 minutes and see how much typing you're able to cover in that space. So you should always expect the unexpected and be ready to present yourself in the best light possible. And my biggest tip for interviewees is, when you're asked that question, tell me about yourself. I think we all heard, I'm hardworking, I'm honest, and I'll show up for work on time. The interviewer already has your resume. So what they're really looking for is those other skills that are not on the resume, maybe projects that you've worked on. So this is your opportunity to really sell yourself on top of what's on the resume. So when a question comes up, why do you want to work for us? This is where you're going to tie in the values, the mission statement of the company back to your work ethic in terms of what you might have had on your resume in terms of, your execution of different tasks, or other skill sets that you have that might not be listed on your resume. But the interview is really the opportunity to sell yourself that's not on paper. And to really have that at the forefront of your mind when you're having that dialogue, whether it's by yourself with an interviewer or you're in a group setting where you're selling yourself along with other possible candidates for the role. So the main thing for us here at National Pen, we are very passionate about ensuring that our employees feel comfortable at work. So one of the main skills that we look for is really, your attitude, what it is that you're bringing to the job in terms of your personality. Our company mission is actually persona. And persona stands for that we're professional, we're empathetic, we're responsible, we show, we are honest, that we, or the S. So we're supportive, we're open, we're nice, and we're authentic. So when we're interviewing, those are the main things that we are looking for. The skills we can teach you, but what we are most passionate about is, will this personality fit into our workspace? Because we want you to be comfortable. We want you to be comfortable working with your peers. We want you to be comfortable interacting with our customers. So if you bring the right attitude to the job, then we'll teach you everything else. And, it will create a win-win situation for you where you're comfortable at work, and also for our customers that they're interacting with someone that's happy within their workspace. So it's critical that, when you're job seeking, even before going or thinking about interviewing, that you're looking at the companies and you're looking at the roles that are being offered, and whether based on your personality, your lifestyle, it ties in. If I'm someone that likes to sleep in the mornings, I wouldn't be seeking a job that says I need to be there at 8 o'clock, because it's going to be contrary to what I enjoy as an individual. And those are things that person should assess when they're job seeking. So before you look at getting to that interview stage and just applying for the job, that you really assess the company as well as the role that is being offered, and whether or not you think you have the skill set for what's listed on the job description. And if you do, and you apply and you're called for an interview, that you ensure that you adequately prepare yourself from, especially the day before, with your attire, with your questions for your interviewer based on what you've researched on the company and the role itself. And that come the morning of your interview, that you're prepared, you wake up early enough to have breakfast, to arrive at your interview at least half an hour before, and then to sell yourself during the interview process, regardless of what your interviewer throws your way.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. Those are some really great tips. And I know you've gone over some important to-dos for candidates. But I wanted to know also, well, two questions. One is if you could identify some of the challenges that you face with recruiting individuals for your company, and 2, some common mistakes that candidates often make in the application and the interview process.
So in recruiting candidates, I would say that the biggest challenge that we face is sometimes being able to get a hold of the candidates, because ever so often persons will apply for positions, but they might already be working, because as an organization, we're very attractive in terms of our benefits. We pay all of our employees in US currency. So of course, everyone wants to work with us. So ever so often, one of the challenges that the recruiting team has is that persons have applied, that they are trying to reach out to them, but because they're already employed, it's challenging to get through to them during regular business hours. But you know, we found a solution for that. We're very flexible, and we'll reach out to them after hours once it is that they've submitted their application for employment. Could you remind me of the second question?
Second question, okay, sure. The common mistakes that candidates make in the application process and in the interview process.
Yes, so in the application process is that they don't clearly state what the position is that they're applying for. So majority of our jobs are listed on CaribbeanJobs.com, where applicants can go and submit their applications, but the position is listed, they apply for the position, but when you look at the application letter, it's saying something else. So it then makes it challenging for the recruiting team to go through and shortlist persons, because your application says you're applying for this job, but then your letter is saying something else. So that's one of the challenges that we have. And even when persons are shortlisted and they show up for their assessment and interview, then they're saying, oh, it was actually a different position that they actually had wanted. So it then creates, you know, an additional challenge for the recruiter to just ensure that they are being interviewed for the role that they are really interested in, and not the one that they might have had on their application letter or they had applied through on the Caribbean Jobs portal.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we have next Kimberly England, who will be representing for Alarica. Ms. England, can you please introduce yourself and just give us some insight on your experience in the global services sector and share your tips and advice with the participants?
Hi everyone, my name is Kimberly England. I'm the Senior Recruiting Manager over at Alarica. Now, I have been in the BPO industry for quite a while. I've worked as an agent. I started out being in customer service. I've worked in training, and now I'm over in recruiting, and I've also worked in HR. Some tips you said, right? Let me tell you a little bit about us at Alarica. So at Alarica, we believe in creating consistently happy and satisfied customers through all of our interactions. And so it's important for us to hire the right set of people, you know, whether it's support over the phone or, you know, and chat, whatever it is that we're doing, we want to make sure that the people that we hire are the best fit for us over at Alarica. So how do we go about doing this then? What are we looking for? The other two ladies spoke at length about the resume and all of that, and I'm just gonna speak some more about some other things that are critical. One person mentioned earlier that you have to make sure that the resume is one page. What I find a lot is that when the resumes come in, some of our applicants are unaware that we really are looking at hundreds of resumes. And so what we're going to be looking at the best ones, right? And so if I have to be going through your resume with a fine-tooth comb to figure out what was your last place of work, how many subjects you really have, do you meet my qualifications, then you are not going to be the ideal candidate. You probably will be selected after the fact if you're called. And so it's important for your resume that some things are clear. Your phone number needs to be current on your resume. Your phone number needs to be accurate. Your address needs to be clear because that can also implicate you getting hired. You also need to ensure that your last place of employment is what is listed first on your resume. Additionally, when you're, as far as your academic qualification, this needs to be clear. If you do not have subjects, do not put that on your resume that you have subjects, right? And so all of this needs to just be out there from the very start. Once we understand that, then of course you can go ahead and attend your interview. Another thing the candidates tend to forget is that they're at an interview. And so when you show up for your interview, from the moment you enter the facility, you have to put your best foot forward. How you look also implicates what will happen next, right? You have to make sure you remember you're attending an interview. And so you have to dress appropriately for an interview. Make sure that you're neat and clean and your hair is well groomed. When you are in the building, it is anticipated that your posture would be in such a position that you're attending a meeting, you're here for business and you're not just here. You may have friends working in the company. Don't make your friends come over with you and be chit-chatting with you. You're here for an interview. And sometimes that will kind of cause your recruiter to look at you negatively. You have to also remember that communication in the BPO is critical. The first thing that we're looking at is how you communicate. You must be able to communicate clearly. We must be able to understand what you're saying. We're not asking you to twang. We're asking you to speak clearly. We're asking you to just speak so we can understand you. And remember that most of our clients are not in Jamaica. So we have to stay at a pace and a tone that they understand us, right? One other thing is that we're looking for punctuality. Punctuality is critical in this business. It is important that you show up on time. Time matters. It is also important that you are flexible. You have to tell your interviewer from the start if you are unable to show up at particular times. If you go to church on a Saturday, it may or may not implicate the job, but you need to say that at the interview. You need to say that at the outset so that they can know how to treat you. Because if you take the position and then you are unable to work on a Saturday, then you're probably going to end up jobless because they want you to work on a Saturday. Another thing that a recruiter is looking for, a recruiter is just looking to ensure that you are ready to learn. When you come into this industry, you have to unlearn many things, but you will also know that it is going to be constant learning in this technological environment. And so as a result, you'll find that when you come, you will be engaged in training, high-level training, and as such, you must be ready for this. You must be able to accept constructive criticism because this is how you're going to grow. One thing at Alorica is that we believe that the sky is the limit for all of our employees, and as such, we like to promote from within. We have site directors that started out as agents, and we have many managers and team leads who would have started out as agents. And so we believe in constant training over at Alorica. We offer shuttle services to your home, and this is one reason why we do this is it's important that our employees are kept safe. It's important that we get to work on time because we do not want to do anything to affect our clients. I hope that I answered your question. Did you ask me something else?
No, I did not,
Okay.
but I had a comment in the chat, and I would like you or any of the other panelists to weigh in. I had a comment that an interview is like an interrogation, and I'm guessing that is something that most people do not like. There was a response to that to say that, you know, they're trying to get to know you as much as you're trying to get to know them. But can you weigh in on the interview process being viewed as an interrogation?
Your interview does not have to be an interrogation. It doesn't have to come off that way. Any of these ladies will tell you, we interrogate if we're not clear on what is on your resume. We must interrogate. Once your resume is unclear, you will be interrogated because, you know, we made this appointment and we're keeping it, right? I have a 30-minute block to interview you, but your resume is not up to par. And so I'm going to either do two things. One, I'm going to probably just dismiss you, or two, I'm going to spend the time to interrogate you so that I can understand where you're coming from. And I don't know about these other two ladies, but many times I stay in the interviews also to teach, because so many times the resumes are so wrong and we have to stop that interview and say, you know what, this is the thing with your resume. And one other point I missed that's important, if it is that you're providing a cover letter, it is important that your signature be on that letter once you present it. I note that many persons are not using cover letters, but if you do, it's important that when you sign your name, between where you say best regards and your name, your signature be in that part and not underneath your name.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to add, so I don't see it as an interrogation. When we do our interviews, we have a discussion with the team member, with the candidates. So there are times when questions are asked, and sometimes it's a case where possibly we want to give you a chance, but we're not hearing the answers that we want to get, right? So we'll try to drill and dig deeper, but it's usually a discussion. Persons should feel comfortable, because at the end of the day, when you do receive the job, when you're speaking with a client and you're engaging clients, you know, you want to be prepared. So in this interview, this is where we will see, okay, is this person a great fit? Will they be able to represent themselves well when they're speaking with our clients? And I just wanted to add one more thing. Susan had raised, yes, do your research. But one thing, when you come to an interview, do not ask, tell me about the company, because it seems as if you didn't do any research at all. So what you should do is do your research, find out what the company, so say, for example, Vertus Technology. Vertus Technology offer these services. Ask a question pertaining to the services then. So it seems, so the recruiter will now say, wow, this person did their research. They seem engaged. They know what they're talking about. Okay, they're asking relevant questions. And then the flow of the conversation will continue. The discussion, not the interrogation per se.
Okay.
I will also add that for us here at National Pen, we are very big on employee engagement, whether you're an employee or a potential employee. So for our recruiters, like, you know, we've hired so many people, and the first thing they'll always share when we're doing onboarding is, you know, I'm here because of the experience that I had with my recruiter in that initial conversation. That we ensure that when we are engaging you as an applicant from that first conversation throughout your life with us, that it's always a discussion. So your resume already has shared with us what your work experience and your qualifications are. In that interview, it's really us trying to get to know you. So the questions that are asked and how they're asked, like for myself as a hiring manager, my first 5 questions have nothing to do with skills and abilities. It's getting to know you, you know, and it's that first 2 questions that is really just allowing the candidate to, if they were nervous, that goes away, because it's all about them and then sharing with me who they are as an individual. So that's how we normally start our conversations, to let the candidate be comfortable, because they're talking about themselves. So it doesn't take much effort, and it helps to take away the nerves to have the conversation flow. What we also try to do is, which we do for all of our job applicants, is that we use different assessment tools to, to do personality checks and so on. So that conversation with the recruiter or with your interviewer is really just trying to fill in the blanks, but it's a conversation. So, it doesn't feel as if you're being interrogated or you're being asked questions that you possibly might not be able to answer. It's really just us trying to get to know you to see if you have the personality and the attitude that will fit into our culture. The skills part, we will take care of based on what you're already experienced in. And even if you are just coming from school, that we will teach you the skills once you have the right attitude, because that's what's going to make you successful once you have an open mindset and you're willing to learn. So it's more us getting to know you and engaging you from the start and throughout your time with us. We have an open door policy, and while some companies will say open door, but because they are a BPO where they're doing work on behalf of a client, there are certain things, certain decisions that can be made, cannot be made. But for us, where we are servicing our own customers, if there's feedback that comes in from employees, it's open door. They can go directly to the CEO, to their manager, to the site director. So that level of engagement is something that plays out on a daily basis. And we started from our initial engagement with you, calling to say, hey, we've received your application. Is this a good time now to talk, to start the conversation?
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Susan. And I do have someone says, I want you to be my interviewer. I do have some questions in the chat if we have time at the end, but I would like each of you to just leave 2 takeaway tips with the audience to help them prepare and secure a job at the fair.
So my first, go ahead, Camille.
Oh, okay. So be confident. So when you're going in, you exuding confidence will say a lot to your recruiter. Some persons come into an interview, they know what they're talking about, they know the role, they're great, but because they don't have any confidence, you're not showcasing or essentially selling yourself to the interviewer, right? So it's very important that you exude confidence. Speak to how you can work well in teams, because in a lot of these roles, you are required to work with a team and give examples of how you did this. And speak to how passionate you are about the role and how you are an awesome fit for that organization based on your research that you did, how your skills align, and definitely you should be one of the recruits, the candidates that would be selected.
Okay, Susan?
Yes, so I'll go back to one of my tips, and it ties neatly with what Camila shared in terms of building your confidence is your attire. If you're comfortable in your skin and in your clothes, then it gives you that added oomph just to go and sell yourself to your interviewer. So it's critical again to be prepared from the day before, that your clothes fit properly. You're not walking and having to be constantly pulling down your skirt because it's too tight or too short, that you're prepared from the day before to confidently go in and showcase your skills and what you can bring to the role to your recruiter. And again, just to show up on time, because if you're in a rush getting into the building to find the lobby, to find who for the recruiter to be waiting for you, then it just starts that experience not in a positive light. So be prepared from the night before, have breakfast, leave home early to get to your interview on time. Not on time, but actually early.
Right. Okay, and Kimberly, your takeaways?
All right, so again, both ladies said, research, make sure that you do your research, and most companies have social media now. you can go right there and do your research. Make sure that you're adequately prepared, reread, try to understand what it is you're looking for in terms of the role that they're hiring for. So try to see if you see a job description somewhere, come up with some questions that you may have after the interview. You also want to make sure that you're punctual and that you're professional when you show up. You also want to make sure that your listening skills are up to par, and you want to ensure that we get nervous at interviews, but try to exude some confidence and of course ask relevant questions toward the end. And the most important thing here is just also to show some genuine interest in the fact that you're here at the interview. And I believe that will make you a successful candidate.
Okay, thank you all ladies. We appreciate the advice, very good advice for the candidates. We have some questions, but unfortunately we are out of time. We're encouraging the attendees to utilize the Resume Optimization Clinic at the UCA Jamaica booth. And if you should have any other questions regarding resumes, perhaps you can address it there and get some feedback. So that is it for us today. Thank you for the participants. Thanks for the questions. I wish I could get to them. Maybe we can answer on a different platform. But yes, as I said, thank you everybody, and enjoy the rest of your day and good luck with your interviewing and your career search.
Take care, ladies. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay,
thank you so much for having me.
All the best, everyone.
Thank you.
All the best. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
At IBEX Global, and I'm here today to share a little bit about my BPO journey with you. My BPO journey began about 10 years ago in Canada, where I was an agent. I returned to Jamaica also as an agent, but worked my way up in the industry. I have held roles such as team manager, quality analyst, trainer before moving to IBEX as training manager. At IBEX, I have been promoted to senior training manager and now most recently, senior project manager. And my goal is to continue growing in the industry. My tip for you coming into this industry is come with an open mind and the right attitude. Ask questions and be receptive to feedback. Remember, no role is out of reach and the sky is the limit. Whatever you put your mind to, you can achieve it.
Hello everyone, my name is Tavel Harris. I am an assistant operations manager at HGS Healthcare. I started off this journey back in 2017 as a customer service representative. I was promoted to a team leader thereafter, then a senior team leader, and then my most recent portfolio being an assistant operations manager. It's been an amazing experience, this current journey I'm on. Heavily credited to the GSS apprenticeship program in supervisory and management, which I had the luxury of being a part of. It helped me tremendously in learning about a lot of the skills, expertise, knowledge that I would need in order to excel in the current role I'm in. So I, of course, implore anyone to be a part of this program because it helps you in so many ways. It's amazing for growth for any person, and it doesn't have to be in operations. Whatever portfolio you might own in the GSS environment, it helps. My long-term goal is really to become a operations manager and then thereafter become a senior manager and hopefully a director one day. And I believe I'm on the path to do that. I know that there are additional courses that GSS offer that helps you to get to that level. So I'm pretty excited to be a part of that and, recommend anyone to be a part of this program as it helps you to take you to the next level.
Hi, I am Cloverly Farquharson, and I am a Senior Manager in Accounting Services at Conduent. Yes, I work for a finance and accounting contract within a BPO company locally in Jamaica. During my over 16 years with Conduent, I have had the opportunity to grow myself and my contract in many ways. I have moved from a team lead to a supervisor, a manager, and now serve as a senior manager. I have also had the opportunity of working on many social responsibility outreach projects, charity projects, and also co-chairing some of our EIGs, which are international within our company. My goal going forward is to continue to grow myself and to develop by utilizing our training tools that are within our company. I also aspire to develop my team members through coaching and development techniques and training to ensure that they are the best that they can be while servicing Conduent and also enabling themselves to grow while our company grows. I am proud to be Conduent. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Georgianne Rose. I am currently the Global Information Security Manager for ITEL International. I have been in this role for just over a year. I am actually celebrating my 1 year anniversary this week. I've been in the BPO sector since July 2008, where I actually started out as a network engineer with eServices Group International. I was fresh out of university and I actually majored in networking, believe it or not. But upon completion of my 3 months anniversary, I was asked to be the company's first information security employee. Since then, I have held several roles in the information security field, such as Information Security Administrator, Information Security Analyst, Senior Information Security Engineer, and most recently, Global Information Security Manager. What I have planned for the future? I plan to keep on learning. Because being in this space, you get to understand that technology is always changing. Because technology is always changing, information security is always changing as well. So my plan for the future is just to keep on learning and learn as much as I can, when I can, as long as I can. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all are doing well. My name is Julaire Hall, and I am the Skills Development Specialist with the GSS project, the organizers of this GSS Talent Hub Fair. We just wanted to take this moment and opportunity to have a check-in with you, just to see how the fair has been going thus far, and to get your feedback on, how it has been going, and most definitely to give away some prizes, because we do have some prizes. So first, I'm going to ask my team member to drop a link in the chat, which is to our mid-fair survey. And the first 2 persons to complete that survey will win a digital gift card. Now, let us be clear. There are some open-ended questions, and persons who put not applicable, no response will not be considered. We need feedback. And so the first persons to fully complete the survey will win digital gift cards. Let me just check if the link has been placed in the chat. So it's a digital gift card that you can use, decide to use at any vendor. So if you want to use it at Amazon, definitely you can do so. There you go. So that's the link. So we'll give you 3 minutes before we decide who, based on the submissions, are the 2 winners. It doesn't work. Take one, it seems to be working for the others. Try again. Okay, awesome. All right. So while my team member checked to see on those responses to advise who are the first 2 responders and for us to announce the winners, I have 4 other gift cards or 4 other prizes that I am going to give away here. So I'm going to ask 4 questions, and the first person to respond in the chat to each question will win a gift. So the first question is, what parish is National Pen located in? So I know Susan was on earlier.
Montego Bay.
I'm sorry, in the chat. I think the first one I saw came up was a Tonian, but I'll wait on my team to confirm. So the winner for that question is Tonian Williams. All right, so the second question is, what does GSS stands for? And the winner for that question is Tahilia Blake. So let me just go back. Tonian, you've won yourself a $5,000 Fontana gift card courtesy of National Pen. And Tahilia Blake, you won yourself a heavy hitter lunch kit courtesy of Centerfield. The third question is, what's the theme for the May 2022 GSS Talent Hub Fair? What is the theme for the May 2022 GSS Talent Hub Fair? Okay, so I am seeing Monique Campbell as the winner for that question. The answer is innovate your career. And Monique, you've won yourself one gift bag courtesy of Contact 360 BPO Solutions, which includes a whole bag of goodies, of course. And the last question, because I know the next session is scheduled to start at 1:10, is name 3 parishes that IBEX Global Jamaica is located in. So list the 3 parishes that IBEX is located in. So I'm seeing where Shannon Brown, St. Anne, St. Andrew, and no. Chanel, St. Catherine, St. Anne, I'm just double checking to ensure that the first person that responded is actually correct. So the winner for that question would be so the answer is St. Catherine, St. Anne, and St. Andrew.
Are you sure Kingston is in?
Julia, pleasant afternoon. This is Neil. You said the answer is said. You hear me?
No, I'm not hearing you. Go ahead.
Yes, you said the answer is St. Andrew, St. Anne, and St. Catherine. However, IBEX Global is located in Youngstown, Kingston. And it's also located in New Kingston. It's also Kingston. So it's Kingston, St. Catherine, and St. Anne.
So Kingston, St. Catherine, and St. Anne. So that would be Chanel.
St. Andrew.
So we're gonna go with St. Catherine, Kingston, and St. Anne, and that person that I'm seeing is Chanel. I don't see a last name for Chanel, I'm only seeing a first name.
Yes, Chanel Murray.
Chanel B.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I'm hearing you.
Yes, it's Chanel Murray.
Oh, it's Chanel Murray. Okay, thank you. So Chanel, you've won yourself a digital gift card valued at $2,500. So now I'm going to turn back over to the team to start the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's session. I am sure that you have been enjoying the Talent Hub so far, and you're looking forward to the rest of the day as well as what's going to be happening tomorrow. And I was listening in to the competition that was taking place with Julaire not too long ago, and I realized that persons were quite engaged in giving their answers to the various questions that she was asking. I am your moderator, Talia Cook Johnson, the Human Resources Manager for Contacts 360 BPO Solutions. And this Talent Hub is definitely a very welcomed event. The GSS has been doing a lot for us in this industry, and we truly appreciate it. What this hub is aimed at, it's aimed at connecting firms throughout Jamaica with the talent that we have in Jamaica. And I'm sure you can all appreciate this. This session is entitled Career Exploration, Opportunities in Business Process Outsourcing. And with me this afternoon to explore this topic, we have three members from the BPO industry, and they are Santino Daly, who is an operations manager at Continuum Global. There's also Neo West, who is a learning specialist at Alorica, and Shanique Clark, last but not least, operations manager with IBEX. So panelists, welcome to today's session as well, and thanks for joining me. Before we go into the discussion, please allow me to provide you with some information, some very important information, I would say, about the industry and the sector. It is often where people will say they hear about the BPO sector, there's stories that they've heard, and they don't quite know, should I say, the truth about the sector and what it really represents. However, here's an overview for you this afternoon. The predecessors are data entry and what we popularly know as the call center. But now, business process outsourcing, along with its counterparts, knowledge process outsourcing, as well as information technology outsourcing, forms a part of the global services sector, which has transformed into a force to be reckoned with. The most popular aspect, of course, being the business process outsourcing. Jamaica has demonstrated a track record in business process outsourcing, with four of the top global companies being represented here in Jamaica. Jamaica possesses impressive credentials in this industry, which is
Yes, I
underpinned
am. Is that's the
by
whole?
by cutting edge technologies as well as infrastructure based on telecommunications, a talented English speaking labor pool, and its proximity to the Americas. Jamaica has definitely cemented itself as the outsourcing hub of the Caribbean and the ideal nearshoring destination or location for partners looking to access skilled professionals. Jamaica's GSS employs over 52,000 individuals across 75 companies, with 75 to 80% of this being focused on the BPO segment, while the other 20 to 25 is in the KPO and ITO segments. The GSS project seeks to increase this amount of value added to approximately 40% in the coming years. And this is something that is being worked on assiduously. Companies that opt to outsource provide a wide range of goods and services across multiple industries. Some include hospitality, e-commerce, education, telecommunications, technology, healthcare, amongst many others. This widespread allows for companies to host multiple positions for the market. And additionally, the government of Jamaica and the Inter-American Development Bank in January of 2019 signed a loan agreement which has basically dispersed approximately US $15 million over the next 5 years to the global services sector. And the project seeks to strengthen the pipeline of talent as well as the investment ecosystem to increase foreign direct investment and export of services. As mentioned earlier, The GSS includes BPOs, KPOs, and ITOs. This project is led by Jamaica Promotions Corporation, otherwise known as JAMPRO. Now, let's turn to our panelists. What we'll be starting off with is where the panelists will be telling us a bit about themselves as well as their journey in this industry, in this sector. So I'd like to welcome Santino to join. Santino, let's learn a little bit more about you and your journey. All right. What we'll do, we'll go ahead in the meantime and ask Neil to join us. Neil, go ahead and tell us about your journey in the industry and a bit about you.
All right, pleasant good afternoon to everyone. My name is Neil West. I've been in the BPO from 2013. I'm a trained teacher by profession, so I worked a decade in the government institution before I came into the BPO. I first started at Xerox. I was there for almost 5 years until they lose their Amazon account. And then I transitioned to IBEX for 4 months, all as an agent. Um, I came to Alorica in 2017. I started as an agent, and within 4 months, I become a learning specialist. And last December, my former boss, she left the company, and I was transitioned into an acting role as a training manager. And now I'm one of the supervisors for training in Alorica, Jamaica.
Thank you so much, Neil. So, can you tell us how has this experience been for you?
Yeah.
Neil, are
Hello?
you still with us? Yes, we're hearing
You
you.
guys are hearing me? Okay, wonderful. I'm having some connection problem because I'm on my phone. I'm at work, so sorry about that. Okay, so the transition, it has been a welcoming journey. I'm a hard worker by nature, so my team, they support me, being that they still see me as a part of the team and not really, even though they respect me as their superior, but I'm still recognized as one of them. So it aids in the transition, but it's a lot of work, but I'm enjoying it. As I said, I'm a people person and I'm a natural teacher by profession, so it just comes natural to me.
Okay, all right, great. All right, Neil, so that the rest of the team can see who you are, can we ask you to turn on your camera, please?
No worries. Hold on. You want to see me?
Yes, excellent.
Hello?
So now we know who we're talking with.
No worries. So can you
Thanks,
go
thanks
back
so
off
much.
now?
I,
Okay.
I think the group wants to see you while we interact. All right, Neo, tell me, I know you started outlining the fact that you were in another sector and then you joined the BPO sector. Remind us, how long ago have you been in this, or how long have you been in this industry?
I've been in the industry from 2013, November 2013 to be honest. So November coming would be what, 9 years in the sector. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so almost 9 years. Excellent. And why did you actually decide to join the sector?
Um, I did not join the sector just by um being curious. As I said, I was a teacher by profession. I was actually in the process of completing my degree because I've been teaching for nearly 10 years, and the school that I was teaching, they were really overstaffed, and I was actually in a field that I wasn't really primarily trained in, because I did industrial techniques, that's like metallurgy and stuff like that, and I was teaching math and science at the time. So they are saying that because the school is already overstaffed and I'm teaching in a discipline that I'm not really fully trained in, they would not allow me to grant me the permission or the time to complete my studies. So I had to find work because I have two children to provide for, and that's how I reached in the BPO.
Okay. All right. What would you say are some of the opportunities that this industry offers?
Well, just coming in, and the first thing I had a problem with was the natural way in which we address each other. But I've seen the school system where there's structure and there is respect for a human being and how you address each other. The first thing that it took me a while in getting used to is people addressing each other by their first name. Because if someone is my superior, I'll be used to the sir and the miss and the madam and stuff like that. So when I was in training, my trainer was saying, hey, call me by my first name. I was looking for saying, is this a catch or something? It felt weird.
Understand, completely understand.
And then over time, I've seen where the BPO, where it's positioned now in Jamaica, being our accent tends to be the thinnest accent in the Caribbean, that mirrors our clients. So most of our clients are like from Europe, North America. So it's really, I'm seeing where more recognition and more risk given to the industry, being that they're seeing persons in the industry life for themselves, depending on which of the centers you're located. So I guess we are getting more respect now as customer service agents or someone that offers customer service in the business, as opposed to probably a big go when no one know about us.
Okay. In terms of job opportunities, if you were to look at the industry and think about it from three levels, meaning for high school leavers, college leavers, and skilled professionals, what are some of the positions that you would say are available to those categories?
All right. So like primarily starting out as an agent at the most to cater for like school leavers without much experience who needs to develop experience in which they can hone their aircraft. And it also, a lot of the centers also make the scheduling like flexible, so it encourages you to go back to school. Like for example, our own center here, we have a program in place where if you are taking part in a particular course of study, especially if it's one that's beneficial to our company, and you have managed to achieve favorable grades that are in line with what we would require, will actually give you'll have the access, depending on your tenure, to get like a grant back towards your school fee, which is something that's nice. So they do encourage you. And even someone leaving with a degree, we have management positions. We have positions these days that we are reaching out to persons that has experience and degrees. Like for example, in HR, a lot of persons now out there is actually doing HR management to try to come into the BPO to help to regulate and ensure that the workers are fairly treated. So so we do offer opportunity at all levels. If you even think about even facility management, that's a big position, and those positions are also available. So it's endless, the opportunities that really exist in the BPO. And if you even look at the salary, they are comparable to the public and private sector. So it's people are making decent lives out of a BPO. And I remember a decade ago where politicians used to have difficulties in getting jobs. A lot of young youths were on the corner because there was really no meaningful employment for them. I remember even back in the days when I think it was a PNP that they came in with a Jeep program where you're giving temporary employment to workers, and now the BPO bridge that gap where a sustainable working environment and sustainable work opportunity for our young people.
Okay, thanks for that, Neo. And as you mentioned, a company like yours and other companies, they are looking out for persons who are trying to even further their education. So there are a lot of benefits to get from being in this industry. And it's not about temporary employment, it's long term that we're looking at in most instances. And the persons are able to build their career over the years by joining this sector. So thank you so much for that. What are some of the current openings that you say that your organization has?
All right. So in my organization currently, like we are going up into our peak season, so we're always having positions open for new persons coming. Also, like for example, in my own field training. Currently, we have a lot of training roles. We have roles for trainers. We have roles for directors. We have learning managers, supervisors, directors, and a lot of the jobs that we offer is not, even though we are advertising it here, it's really for even overseas positions. So the sky is our limit. And you also have the availability of traveling from time to time, depending on the program and depending on the jobs that are available. Because if you're good enough, you're just good enough.
Okay, excellent. All right, so there are a lot of changes in technology that take place. Would you say that technology has impacted the way that we work?
Yes, and to be honest, a lot of processes what that involves like banking procedures, the whole thing about phone technology and stuff like that. If it wasn't for the BPO, I would not know a lot on those,
Okay.
to be honest. So I appreciate the BPO a lot. It's like you're in a different college once you're inside the BPO sector and you're open to learn because it's ever changing. So you learn new things every day.
Okay, that is definitely so. Would you say that there are any roles that have been created because of these changes in technology?
Yes, because of these changes in technology, you find out that like for example, you'll find a child in high school now saying that hey, they want to become a customer service agent, and then even in our own services sectors here, because of this is the training that we train our people, they know what to expect from customer service. So it forces the persons in the other services sectors as offering customer service every day to step up their own customer service, which is good. Because for example, KFC, we know that we cannot live without KFC. But KFC has like one of the worst customer service. Someone deal with you a particular way. You know what to expect, so you demand more of them. So you find out that everyone is investing in developing persons for customer service. And even art, right now, art have programs in customer service, which wasn't there before. And it's because of the BPO that forces those change.
Okay. Have you experienced any challenges in the industry? And if so, how did you overcome them?
All right. So in the industry, most of the challenge that I encounter, I learn from my peers. And something I tell every young person coming in is that once you're in the BPO, it's the same pool. That people from different places tend to know you because people come and people go, and you build relationships with people over time. So if you have any difficulties and like for example, you cannot get it resolved by one of your staff members, you can reach out to some of your friends from other institutions, or you can reach out to the persons that support you offshore. So there are avenues there to help you to grow. And there are also avenues to help you to get out of difficulties. The only way you'll really be burdened with something is if you don't reach out for help.
Okay, great, excellent. And what would be your recommendation to the persons listening out to us today in terms of being involved in the industry and getting involved in the different opportunities there are?
All right. So my biggest encouragement to anyone out there is that once you're coming in, you have to be open-minded, and you also have to be mindful of change and respect change, and don't try too much to impede an authority. If there's someone say, hey, follow this or follow, it must be a reason. try to reach out to persons who can affect change rather than mumbling and complaining about how things are. Because change is inevitable and you have to embrace it. Once you're open to learn and open to embrace new ideas, don't come in with this dictatorial approaches that my way is the highway. No, you have to work with whosoever is around you. I know that is not a but a team opportunity, and then each other can grow. So you just have to just come in, be open, be receptive, be willing, and you can grow.
Okay. And what are the next steps for you, Neo? What do you think your next steps are in this industry? We've been seeing great progression by you based on what you've outlined. But I'm not sure if Neo, are you hearing me? Have we lost you?
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm saying that currently I'm a learning delivery supervisor. The next step is up is to manager, and then from there director. So within the next 5 years, that's where I'm headed.
Okay,
And I have
excellent.
all the tools. I'm able to reach there. I just have to believe in myself.
Okay. So from what we're hearing from Neo, there have been many opportunities, and he has certainly taken advantage of those opportunities to push himself through and to get to a higher level. And what we've been noticing, because being in HR, sometimes persons will ask, what is there for me? Is it just about being a customer service agent or a collections agent or even, let's say, a telesales agent? And oftentimes, when you listen to what's happening outside externally, you will hear persons just talk about being an agent. And recently, I saw some information that said up to approximately 40% of university graduates after 1 year of completing their degree, they are still out of a job. They're still looking for employment. And I think one of the reasons is apart from maybe the field that they studied, persons have not completely recognized as yet the opportunities that exist in this industry. And it's for us to promote this industry some more. So myself, people like Neo and the operations managers and other persons who are in the industry is to push along with the GSS and the government of Jamaica to help persons to understand what it is that the industry really entails, how we can grow in this industry, what we can do to help the industry to grow. So with that being said, we were also supposed to have two additional panelists joining us, but they had some challenges, so they were not able to do so. So I'm going to be wrapping up shortly. I hope you have found this session informational so far. So we've identified that over 50,000 persons are employed in the BPO sector, and that the sector includes what we know as BPO, well, some persons don't quite know as yet, but will be learning more about, which is the KPO and the ITO. KPO is even a little higher as well as the ITO. And what you'll find in follow-up sessions is that you'll get more explanation on those areas so that you can have a true understanding of what it is. So we now have Shanique with us. And Shanique, I am going to ask you to join us in this session as well. Tell us about you and what your journey has been like. Or Shanique, we're not hearing you. Okay, so Shanique will be rejoining us shortly. So let's just give her a few minutes to do so. And then we'll be able to learn a bit more from Shanique as well. I'm looking at the chat in the meantime, and I'm seeing where some statements and some questions are being made. And persons are talking about the growth in the industry. But what we have to also remember is just like many other companies out there, the majority tends to be at the entry level. And as you go up, there will be less vacancies for more senior roles.
Hi, Talia.
But
Can
it's
you
for
hear
you.
me?
Is that Shanique?
Yes.
Sorry. All right, let me just finish up. So, what we need to recognize is that there are other roles, yes, but you have to now put the work in to ensure that you can make it to those other roles. All right, so we're going to go ahead and have Shanique speak. So, Shanique, thanks again for joining us. And as I was indicating before, tell us a bit about you and your journey in the industry.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Right, so my name is Chanique Clark. I'm known operations manager here at IBEX Global. I started my journey in 2013 January. I initially did an interview at Xerox No Conduit, which unfortunately I failed that interview. I tried again in October. I was successful. I was fresh out of college, of course. Didn't have much experience on interviews, how to successfully pass on interviews. And of course, I took the advice that I received from the person who did the interview in January, and I was successful in October. I began my journey as a customer service representative in October 2013. Then in October 2014, I did work very well. And as a result, my then operations manager recommended me to become a supervisor, which I applied for the role because, just starting, I thought it was a long shot, right? Of course, I'm fresh out of college. I don't think anybody wants to see me as a supervisor, right? I'm too young for that, but I applied nonetheless. I did the research and I went to my interview and I was able to get the job as a supervisor. Um, while at Xerox, I can say I transitioned from a lot of accounts from time to time. So I can tell you guys from now that accepting change is very important in the industry. Unfortunately, in March 2017, the account that Xerox had at that time, they lost the account. As a result, I was made redundant. Luckily, on that same day, I walked into IBEX Global and I received a job as a team manager based on my experience while at Xerox of being a supervisor. I started as a team manager, as I mentioned, in March. Then by September, October of that same year, I applied for the role of an operations manager. And of course, again, I was successful. And since then, I have been in the role of an OM. I have supported several accounts. As I said, guys, change is important. When I started as a team manager at IBEX, I was on a different account. Opportunity was on the next account. Most persons would have been afraid of change, but the growth was not there on the account that I was on. And so I went with the opportunity and I was successful. So that's a bit about my journey. But the moral of the story, guys, is don't give up. Just always keep pushing forward and never be afraid of change.
Thank you so much, Shanique. So, Shanique, why have you decided to remain in this industry?
For a lot of reasons, right? Growing up, my dream was to become a teacher. When I got to fifth form, I realized that I was really good at accounting. So then I switched and I wanted to be an accountant. And of course, my parents didn't have it at that point in time to pay for me to go to UA, UTech to become what I really wanted to do. So I applied for teaching at Shortwood. I was successful, but then, I heard that PCC had a business program. I was very good at business. So I decided that, okay, I'm going to go with the opportunity at PCC to do my degree in business. Unfortunately, again, my parents could not pay for me to finish my degree at PCC. So I stopped at year 2 and got an associate degree. And of course, I started in the industry initially as a way of, going back to school and paying my school fees, which I began to love the industry because usually in most businesses are based on my experience hearing my parents talk and so forth from back then, you usually have to be in an industry for about 5, 6, 10 years for you to be even considered for a promotion. But since I have been in the industry, I have realized that the opportunities were endless and the earning potential as well was very good. So I stuck with the industry. I learned a lot over the years. And because each day I can tell you that it's always something new, always something different. I can't come to work and tell you, okay, I'm going to do this. The only thing I can tell you is that I know I'm going to have some meeting, but I can't ever tell you what's going to happen for the day. So, just the unknown is one of the things that keeps me going in the industry.
Okay. All right. So you've basically outlined your progression through the industry. Did you experience any challenges to get to where you currently are?
Yes, there were a lot of challenges and a lot of setbacks. Of course, initially I didn't get the job as an agent. When I was at Xerox, I tried to apply several times as an operations manager. I wasn't successful either, but I didn't give up. I just tried to learn from every experience. And of course, I came to IBEX, and from all the rejections that I got at Xerox, I learned what to do and what not to do and what not to say in an
Okay.
interview. So I employed all of that here and I was successful. Recently, I applied to become a senior operations manager. I was a second runner up. Unfortunately, somebody was,
Okay.
did a better job than I did. So they were successful, but still not giving up, still pushing forward and still trying to realize that dream very soon, hopefully.
Okay. So all in due time then.
Yep.
And
All
what
in
and
due
what you have
time.
shown is that persistence is key. You have to
Yes.
push forward and work out what it is that you want to achieve.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. All right, so you've heard from the experiences of Neo as well as Shanique, and I'm sure some of you can appreciate the experiences that they have. Neo would also like to give some additional input. So, Neo, go ahead.
Hi, Shanique. What's
Hi,
up?
Neo. Neo was my agent, guys, at one point.
What's up, man? Pleased to meet you again. I'll check it soon.
All right. So Neo just highlighting that they had a previous relationship, working relationship, and I don't know if maybe Shanique is the one who helped to push Neo to the point where he is now. I'm sure they supported each other in some way. All right, so thanks everyone. So the sector is definitely experiencing continuous growth, and the government of Jamaica is on a drive to further prepare persons for the sector and its growth. And as I mentioned before, let us all play our part in pushing and highlighting the sector and all that the sector has to offer. As we would have heard, apart from the typical agent level roles, there are many other roles that exist. And just to name a few, you can think about things like operations manager, as Shanique has indicated that she is. Neo indicated that he is now a learning supervisor. So you have trainer type roles. You have, of course, within HR, you have roles as well that are available. You have things like business analyst, systems administrator, just to name a few of what the industry has to offer. I encourage everyone to do your research, go on the various job boards for the various companies that are part of this talent hub and look at is what they have to offer because there is a lot and it's endless. So there's often a misconception that happens within the industry, and I want you to basically try to clear your minds of any misconception that you have had and do your proper research to get a better understanding. However, as you've heard from the panelists, there's a lot. and we encourage you to join our sector. We hope that you have found this session to be informative, and we definitely thank the panelists for participating in this session. And we welcome the audience to visit the booths of all of the recruiting firms. Remember, it's a 2-day event, so if you don't get to visit one today, you can visit tomorrow. We want you to learn more about the opportunities that are available and be encouraged to join our industry. Everyone, we want to thank you for joining and have a great day. Thank you.